Good morning, everyone. We are going to go ahead and get started. So if you could find your way to your seats, that would be great. In 1988, a group of about 40 individuals, mostly women, got together on a Sunday afternoon and they baked over 100 pecan pies. When they baked those pies, they put them in a box and they delivered them to the members of the Tennessee General Assembly with a note that said, "Children deserve their fair share of the pie." Thus, the first Children's Advocacy Days occurred. 36 years later, I want you to look at all of the people that are in this room, all of the passionate child advocates, and see how far we as an advocacy community have come in working together to improve the outcomes for children, youth, and families in Tennessee. Good morning. My name is Richard Kennedy, and I have the great privilege to serve as the Executive Director of the Tennessee Commission on Children and Youth. I am beyond grateful for you all being here with us today in person to connect, network, and learn, all in order to work together to make life better for Tennessee's children. This year's Children's Advocacy Days theme is Be the Change, Create a Buzz for Children and Youth. Now, you know we at the Commission love a good theme. And so as we're starting out this morning, I want you guys to tell me, what kind of noise does a bee make? Yeah. I don't think I heard that loud enough. Let me hear. Okay, maybe a little bit louder. All right, I love it. So throughout the time that we're together, when we start sensing that your energy's dropping, we're probably gonna have you do some buzzing and things like that as well. So be prepared for all that's gonna come your way. As you all know, planning for Children's Advocacy Days never really stops. It's a year-long conversation within the team at the Commission and with the members of the Commission. As we began planning the theme for this year's event, we knew we wanted to use this time together to really accomplish one big goal, and that is really to educate, equip, and empower children's advocates from across the state to continue their tireless work focusing on making life better for our youngest Tennesseans. Now, I don't know how much you know about bees, and I'll admit that before we started planning this event, I had no idea they were such fascinating creatures. We have a lot we can learn from bees. For example, they're such hard workers. Honeybees fly at up to 15 miles an hour. Their wings stroke 11,400 times per minute, creating their distinctive buzz that sounds like, exactly. A honeybee visits 50 to 100 flowers during a collection trip. That's the kind of tireless effort that the folks gathered here at Children's Advocacy Days are putting in every single day. I can guarantee after spending 2 days with us, you'll be feeling the buzz, which sounds like, exactly. They're smart too, honeybees. Like many other species, they use a hexagon as a structural building shape because of its simplicity, strength, and durability. The 6 sides and 6 corners allow it to distribute weight and pressure evenly across its structure. Bees love it because it maximizes strength while minimizing the amount of construction and the weight. They know how to do more with less, something almost all of us in this room know a lot about. Most importantly, honeybees know how to work together. A populous colony may contain 40,000 to 60,000 bees during the late spring or early summer, all of them working smart and working hard for the good of the whole colony. And just like when people work hard together for a common purpose, the results are so sweet. The next 2 days will be filled with speakers who will share their work in children's service provision, research, and advocacy. Local student performers and delicious food graciously catered by the Sodexo team at Trevecca University will enhance our efforts. I hope you enjoyed the light breakfast they served, and you will definitely have a treat for lunch. So thank you to the Trevecca University for allowing us to host Children's Advocacy Days in this wonderful space as well. Though this is the first Children's Advocacy Days we've hosted here at Trevecca, we've hosted other events here, and we're grateful to be welcomed back, so thank you. As I mentioned earlier, our theme is Be the Change, Create a Buzz for Children and Youth. And let's keep our phones, electronic devices turned down to a buzz. Or even better, just turn them off completely if you can. Now, I need you to do me a favor. I know you think you've silenced your phone or that you've turned it down, but let me micromanage a bit and ask you to double check one more time, because I certainly don't want your neighbors at the table to roll their eyes at you when your phone goes off. As we enjoy our time in this hive together, we expect everyone to be as sweet as honey. However, we know there can be the rare exception. This event is open to all, and that may include someone who is not so sweet. Sadly, in the past, people have experienced some thefts, so please remember to keep your eye on your belongings or leave them with someone that you trust to watch your things, just in case. I don't expect that to happen, but better safe than sorry. We never expect any health emergencies to happen during our time together, but one year when someone needed assistance, we discovered no one knew who to contact to inform their loved ones. Please take a moment to take your name tag out of the sleeve and write a contact name and number on the back of your name tag, just to help us be sure that we have information in case we need to call someone on your behalf. And the most important thing that everyone needs to know in a new venue is where the bathrooms are located. So this is really important. When you walk outside the doors, the ladies' bathroom is to the left and the men's bathroom is to the right. Also want to remind you all that there are beverages in the back, my left corner, your right corner, so please feel free to help yourself to drinks throughout the time together. If you use social media, please share your experiences with your friends and followers using the hashtags #TCCY, #CAD24, and #ResilientTN. Each of you have packets on your table, and on the packets you will see that there are QR codes on the back that you can scan, which will take you to the Commission's social media pages and website. The agenda for the next 2 days is also in your packets, along with other details like speaker bios, upcoming events, information about the State of the Child report, information from our sponsors, and much more. Also in your package, you're going to see a sign-up sheet and information for the Commission's 9 regional councils on children and youth. Membership in the regional councils are open opportunities for training and networking. So if you are not yet a member of your local council, you can fill out the sheet and turn it in at the registration desk out front, and we will be sure to make sure that you're contacted about joining your local council on children and youth. We hope that some of you, while you're here in Nashville, will take the opportunity to venture down to Cordell Hall and meet with some of your legislators. We hope that you remind them of their important role in making the honey and ensuring Tennessee children and families get to taste that sweet success. As you know, they are in Nashville now for legislative session, but you can also meet them anytime in their home offices, and they truly love to hear from you, their constituents. If you registered online, you should have received an email with information and instructions, and the materials in your packet should answer most of your questions. However, if you have a question or run into a problem, the TCCY team is here to be helpful. If you need any information or assistance, let us know. You'll see that all of our team have maroon ribbons that are on their name tag, so certainly keep your eyes open for them if you need help or assistance. I am incredibly grateful for the team at the Commission on Children and Youth, who are the smartest, passionate, and most hardworking individuals that I could ever ask to work with and for. They do a great job of bringing our theme to life, and I hope you enjoy the decor, the ambiance, the speakers, and the performances. I especially want to thank TCCY's Queen CAD, Queen Bee, Jonquil Newland, who did an extraordinary job working to plan this year's Children's Advocacy Days. I also want to thank all of the folks on our team who served on the planning committees. So if you're a team member of the Commission on Children and Youth, would you stand, raise your hands? I lectured them last night about not taking seats, so they're likely to be in the back. Thank you all so much. So we appreciate you. I also want to recognize another group of people who add an incredible richness and range to our work. The Commission on Children and Youth is a little bit of an odd state agency in that we are governed by 21 commission members, each of whom are appointed by the governor and can serve up to three-year terms for a total of 9 years. They give their time and expertise on behalf of Tennessee children and youth every day. All of our commission members are listed in your packet, but I would like the commission members that are present to stand and keep standing while I make just a couple of comments. So if you guys would stand for me. Now, again, I say this every time I talk about them. These are my 21 bosses, part of my 21 bosses, so we're going to be really appreciative of them in just a second. So first, in a particular order, I'd like to recognize Judge Rob Filial, who serves as the Hamilton County Juvenile Court Judge and the chair of the Commission on Children and Youth. Judge Filial has been an incredible chair and really brings to the work that we do an incredible focus on youth justice, community connection, and really understands the work of the people that are in this room. I want to recognize Brandon Smith, who is a relatively new commission member. Brandon brings to us a long career in law enforcement and a really strong understanding of youth justice, and that helps us with our work. Mr. Billy Worsham from Northeast Tennessee. Billy, just an incredible man as well, but really brings a passion for intellectual and developmental disabilities and makes sure that that infuses all of the work that we do and the decisions that are made in the agency. Mrs. Ella Britt, who works with Volunteer Behavioral Health, is an incredible resource for us with all things mental health, whether we're talking about youth justice, whether we're talking about mental health, whether we're talking about children's health. She helps us keep the focus on where it needs to be with that, so thank you. Mayor Alan Strabinsky from Stanton. So for those of you that are in Southwest Tennessee, I'm sure, and everywhere in the state, I'm sure that you've heard of Blue Oval City. Mayor Strabinsky is right in the thick of all of that, and so we appreciate all of the energy and attention that you give to us. Mayor Strabinsky is a data person, and so when you are talking about data with Mayor Strabinsky, you better know what you're talking about, so he keeps us honest with that, so thank you. Mr. T.J. King is the director of Madison County Juvenile Court in Southwest Tennessee, a long career in law enforcement, but really bringing the perspective of youth justice from a court perspective with us. Mr. Matthew Marshall, who is president and I think CEO is his title of the United Way in Jackson, West Tennessee. If you guys don't know Matt, please know Matt because he is an incredible human being doing great things in that part of the state. Mr. Raymond Jenkins, long career in child welfare, children's mental health, and so keeps the focus on that. And last but not least, Mrs. Tracy Silverman. Mrs. Silverman works at PNC Bank, but she knows a whole lot more than banking and numbers, having served on the board of Family and Children's Services in the YWCA in Nashville. Really passionate about girls' issues and those issues impacting young female Tennesseans. So again, thank you for the indulgence, and thank you all for everything that you do for us. So there would be no hive today at Children's Advocacy Days without the nectar provided by our sponsors. And no, we're not going to stop making bee metaphors throughout our time together. Organizations who sponsored this event are listed in your folder, but I think it's really important to recognize them and want to take a couple of minutes to do that. So at the platinum level and serving as our platinum sponsors, I want to thank the folks, team, and board of our Kids Center, I want to thank the staff and board at the Tennessee CASA Association, and I want to thank the team at Youth Villages. Our gold sponsors, I want to thank the staff and board of the Association of Infant Mental Health in Tennessee, Allied Behavioral Health Solutions, Bethany Christian Services, Children's Advocacy Centers of Tennessee, Compass Intervention Center, Norris Academy, Springbrook Autism Behavioral Health, the Tennessee School Health Coalition, and our friends at the University of Tennessee College of Social Work. Our silver sponsors, I want to thank our friends and colleagues at System of Care Across Tennessee and the Tennessee Association of Mental Health Organizations. We are especially grateful for our executive preview reception co-sponsor from last night, and that is Dr. Dustin Keller and team at Camelot Care Centers Incorporated. And I know we're all extremely thankful for our breakfast sponsor, Tennessee Voices, and you will be thankful for our luncheon sponsor, the Tennessee Juvenile Court Services Association. So please join me in thanking all of these sponsors for their financial contribution. Many of our sponsors have tables around the room. Please visit them, learn more about their work, and even more importantly, thank them for their role in Children's Advocacy Days and for all they do every single day. Now it is my great pleasure to introduce the chair of the commission and the Hamilton County Juvenile Court Judge, Rob Filial, to the stage. And remember, he's my big boss, so clap loudly. Thank you all.
Thank you. Emphasis on big. That's okay. Thank you, Richard. Good morning. I am Hamilton County Juvenile Court Judge Rob Filial and the chair of the Tennessee Commission of Children and Youth. Welcome to Children's Advocacy Center. It's a highlight of my springtime every year, and I hope it is yours too. I said walking up here, I said, I'm just going to walk up there and say I'm buzzing, but I think somebody might take it wrong. But this is really great. I have so enjoyed seeing you all come in this morning and interact, and I've been able to talk to many of you. I do have honeybees on the farm, and it may sound weird to you, but it's my recreation to watch the cows graze, and sometimes simply to sit and watch the bees come and go. And it's remarkable. They go out quickly, they visit the pond, or, sometimes they travel for miles. Sometimes they come back loaded with either water or pollen. They kind of come in heavy and drift back in. And just watching that activity is kind of mesmerizing. And I'm not comparing you to worker bees this morning, but in a sense, we all are worker bees. And, thinking about those bees coming in heavy, sometimes we do that after a long day's work or after doing and seeing some of the things we see. And hopefully we're re-energized today by being with fellow children's advocates and doing what we're doing here today. Shortly after we were together last March, the Commission spent several months in the spotlight. And we appreciate your advocacy and support during that time. It gave us a good reflection, though, of who we are, what we do, what our mission is. Today we have new, excited commissioners that the governor appointed, some of whom you saw this morning, reinvigorated staff, and energized leadership. And we're on a laser focus on helping you and all who work in this arena to, here it comes, be the change to better position families to raise healthy, productive children and youth. This, of course, is our third time hosting a hybrid event, Children's Advocacy Days, and we're thrilled by the opportunity that this presents to reach folks who are not in this room all across the state today, and hopefully making even a greater impact on child well-being and improving outcomes for children, youth, and families. But isn't it great, after what we went through 4 years ago, isn't it great to be in this room together today? Throughout the agenda, over the next day and a half, we hope to highlight some of the challenges Tennesseans face and show you a roadmap for how to best deal with them as we all progress forward together. We're honored to have amazing speakers joining us for this year's event. And I hope, however you're joining us, either in the room or from your home or office, that you leave these meetings feeling inspired and supported by the many wonderful partners and advocates for child well-being that are here in Tennessee, and especially those of us here in this room. It's my distinct honor and privilege now to introduce our Secretary of State, Trey Hargett, who works hard every day to make Tennessee a better place to raise and support children and families. Senator Hargett was elected to serve as Tennessee's 37th Secretary of State in 2009, re-elected in 2013, 2017, and 2021. Secretary, you should really try 8-year terms sometimes. They're really nice. Judges have 8-year terms, and we're thankful for that. Secretary Hargett is the Chief Executive Officer of the Department of State with oversight of more than 300 employees. Secretary Hargett served in the Tennessee House of Representatives for a decade, representing District 97, which is Bartlett and part of Memphis, and was twice elected by his Republican, as the Republican leader by his colleagues. A native of Ripley, Secretary Hargett now lives in Hendersonville with his wife Dawn and their 2 sons. Please join me in welcoming Secretary Hargett to the stage.
Well, good morning. That wasn't very good. Let's try that again. Good morning. All right. So, delighted to be with you. So, I'll go ahead and forewarn you. They had told me I had 10 minutes until 9:25. It's 9:22 right now. I don't know what you're thinking, giving a politician a Southern Baptist 3 minutes to say thank you. Thank you for the important work that you are doing throughout our great state, especially when you are standing in the gap and helping serve the least of these. What you do is so critical, and it doesn't matter if you're Democrat or Republican, if you're rural or urban, suburban, wherever you are in this state. I just want to assure you that on Capitol Hill, we understand the importance of what you are doing each and every day. You are the unsung heroes of our communities, and you are taking, in many cases, taking people who have been victims and helping create survivors, and then helping them become thrivers. And so I am just truly blessed to be in a room full of heroes, and I really am grateful to have a respite from Election Day. So I just want to go ahead and make sure you understand early voting is open until 7 p.m. tonight in the Central Standard Time Zone and 8 p.m. in the Eastern Standard Time Zone. But I'm assuming everybody in this room already early voted. Okay, I'll take that as a confirmation. So a lot of things we've got going on. We tend to be like the Mikey of state government in the Secretary of State's office. But I know I date myself. There's half the room that has no idea who Mikey is for the live cereal commercials. But the Secretary of State's office tends to be the Mikey of state government. When you don't know if you want to do it or not, give it to Mikey. He'll eat anything. And so we have a lot of different roles that we take on, a lot of different silos, whether it's elections, libraries, charitable organizations, et cetera. But there's a couple of things that I think are really important, as I mentioned, the work that you do and how we can partner with you. And we're always looking for new ways. We don't try to be confined by what we have been in the past in the Secretary of State's office. I'm going to give you a couple of examples. Some of you may be familiar with our Safe at Home Address Confidentiality Program we created a few years back. It's like most good ideas. We stole it from another state. You know how that is. You figure out something that's working somewhere else. How you're thinking, hey, I can do that in my county. I can do that in my region. Nothing wrong with that. And we took that idea and we brought that back to the Secretary of State's office. Doesn't make sense to have it in the Secretary of State's office, except we're the can-do people of state government. And we say, hey, we'll go do it and do it right. And because of that, in all 95 counties, we've been able to roll out a program where people who have been victims of domestic abuse, of sexual assault, or human trafficking have a way to escape the perpetrator of those crimes and be able to, we collect their mail and send it back out to them, and we protect their address. And so that's a way that we are protecting these victims and their families. And we're honored to play a role in trying to protect them. And just last week, we rolled out a new program, the Tennessee Business Against Trafficking Program, where there's a lot of great things going on in our state where we are leading the way in the fight against human trafficking, but we are working to engage the business community to create employers and their employees, giving them the opportunity to be able to recognize the signs of human trafficking and then also know what to do once they see it. Because that's a really important part of the battle, is not just being able to say, hey, I think something's wrong there, but what do I do when I see it? And we're going to be engaging businesses, big and small, across the state, giving them the tools that they need to become a part of fighting this epidemic, which is the second fastest growing criminal activity in our country, only behind drug trafficking. So there's a lot of unseen victims out there, and we're going to give people the tools to see them and rescue them and create a message out there across the country that Tennessee is a place where human trafficking is not to be tolerated. So those are a couple of things we're doing. Thank you. Those are a couple of things we're doing to try to stand in the gap for the least of these. And we're always open to new ideas if you see other things that we can do. There's a lot of great ideas and things you're doing out in your respective communities, and if there are ways that we can support you in doing that, I speak not only on behalf of the Secretary of State's office, but the great state of Tennessee in making sure that you have the tools that you need to protect the next generation of Tennesseans. Because one of the things you'll see, if you follow us on Instagram or Facebook, what have you, whenever we're talking about our younger Tennesseans, we always hashtag our future is bright. And I truly believe that. You know, this next generation, they get a lot of bad, there's a lot of I hate to say bad credibility, bad reputation sometimes, but I want to tell you, we've got a lot of fantastic young people in our state who don't get the credit they deserve. But I'll tell you what, if we don't get a handle on how we handle social media and protect our young people, then I am really concerned about the future of our state. And that's one of the things we travel around the state preaching about too, is the dangers of social media. And it's not just for children, by the way, it's adults. If you're not careful, you are convinced that we're the only people in this room right now who are not at the beach somewhere. You know, and I try and tell people all the time, social media will lead you to believe that everybody else has this perfect life and you don't. And there's danger in that. And there's the incredible crime of cyberbullying that's occurring out there. And we've got to protect our young people and help them understand what is the appropriate use of social media and convincing them that the real world is out here. It's not on that phone. And so we have to engage them. You know, we have to show them love, and we have to help them make sure that they have value beyond what that phone screen says that they have. So there's a lot of ways that we want to partner with you. I'm delighted just to be a part of the day. You know, when the judge was up here a moment ago, when he mentioned mesmerized, and I thought he was just saying, hey, this next speaker is going to be a guy you can zone out during, which is common. I've got a 21-year-old and a 16-year-old, so I'm used to people zoning out whenever I say anything to them. But I want to encourage you and embolden you. Keep up the fight. You know, one of the things that really hit home for me, the judge said, is that I know there's a lot of days that you go home with a heavy heart and a heavy mind. And I just want to tell you it's worth it. That there are so many things that we do day in and day out, and my job and your job, that the world doesn't place a great deal of value in the moment. But I just want to tell you that it's worth it. And I don't know if you're a person of faith or not. I'm not going to try and get pious on you, but I will tell you that we know that we're called to something greater. We know we're called to something more important, and that, once again, if I can date myself, you remember when Ed McMahon would show up at somebody's house with a sweepstakes check? You know, there's a lot of times that we think when we make the right decision that we expect trumpets to sound and balloons to fall from the ceiling, and somebody walks to the front door and shows a big sweepstakes check, and everybody sings for "He's a Jolly Good Fellow" and all those things. But the real value is doing the right thing and being there in the moment. And there are so many times that I think we are expecting that the things that we do are going to have this grand impact over thousands, tens of thousands, a million plus Tennesseans. But sometimes we're called just to be there for that one. Just that one, okay? And there's value in that. There's victory in that. That's what we're called to do. If we can approach it that way, if we can change the life of one person, who knows the exponential effect of what we can really accomplish. As I talk to young people a lot of times, what I say is I see a lot of times that we get consumed or overwhelmed by how big the problem is. And folks, we got a lot of problems in our state. There's a lot of great things going on. We got a lot of problems too. And I think the easy thing to do sometimes is just shut down and say, I just can't do it. I'm just one person. There's no way that I can really accomplish what I want to accomplish. I tell people, start with one. If you can start with one and make a positive impact on the life of that one other person, then go do that. And when you do one, try to figure out how to make it two. And when you do two, try and figure out how to make it four. And also along the way, work hard and inspire others around you to see the good works that you're doing, not for the sake of seeing you, but for seeing the good work in itself and the value of that. So if they come along and they're inspired, and that way we can continue to grow the number of people who understand that the most positive way to impact the future of our state and continue the positive trajectory we're on is to make sure that we take care of one person at a time and then figure out how to grow that day by day and inspire others around us to do that. I'll be honest, it's just first week of March, so I don't want to flatter you too much because we got 10 more months in this year to go, but I will tell you, this is the most inspiring room I have been in all year, okay? Because you are a group of people who gets what I'm saying, is it is not about the accolades, it's not about the attaboys, it's not about, some of you kind of shake your head like you don't really think I really mean that. I really meant that, okay? It's not about the accolades, the attaboys, it's not about the plaques, it's not about the trophies, it's not about any of that. It's really about what we have done in the lives of others, and in many cases, of people who can never do anything for us, but it was just the right thing to do, and we could be where we were supposed to be in that moment, helping that one person and their families. I applaud you for that. I want you to take the next day and a half and be fueled by that, be energized by that, and prepare to learn best practices and take new ideas and go back and let's continue the important work that you're doing. And I'm just honored to stand alongside you, behind you, whatever is appropriate. And know that you've got a champion in me. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much for being here on such a busy day for Secretary of State. So we appreciate Secretary of State Trey Hargett. My name is Kylie Graves, and I work for the Commission on Children and Youth as the Director of Data, Policy, and Communication. And so one of the big projects in that role is the State of the Child report. And so we, at the beginning of the year, released our 2023 State of the Child. So I'll go kind of a brief overview. And also, I think in your packet, there should be a link to the full report. But with the State of the Child, it is a legislatively required report. So we put it out every year. And we've been doing so since probably about 98 or 89, actually, so quite a while. One of the first things that we look at every year and that we always start these presentations with is where we're at in terms of child poverty, because it is such a factor in so many of the other issues addressed in the report. And so what we see is that Tennessee has seen a decline in overall child poverty. We are getting closer to the national average than we've ever been before, which is really encouraging. We still have 17.6% of our children living in poverty, which is too high, but we are getting better, which is encouraging. For reference, when we talk about the poverty line, in 2022, it was the federal poverty line for a family of 3 was about $23,030. So that's kind of the figures that we're looking at here. For children under 5, they are the ones who are most likely to be living in poverty and also those most vulnerable to some of the negative impacts that can occur when living in poverty because of all of the rapid brain development that can happen during that time. What we saw in 2019 to 21 was a really encouraging drop in child poverty under 5 that brought us almost in line with the national average. However, between 21 and 22, the national average trended down just slightly, and we went up just a little bit. So now we have 1 in 5 of our children under 5 living under that federal poverty line. A lot of times when we talk about that drop, people's first thought is that was during the pandemic and there was a lot of pandemic aid. Did that play into it? The official poverty measure is very strict in what it measures. So most of the pandemic aid, like child tax credit, stimulus payment, all of that would not factor into the official poverty measure. Where you're going to see that is the supplemental poverty measure that's on the screen. And so there you can kind of see the effects. We were at 12.6, dropped to 9.7, then down to 5.2, and when all of that aid lapsed, we went up to 12.4. These are national figures. The supplemental poverty is more on a national level. When we look at mental health, a lot of this data is self-reported from our high school students across the state. They take a youth risk behavior survey every year where they fill out some of this information. And so the most recent available data that's reflected here reflects the survey taken in 2021. But what we found was that more than 1 in 5 high school students had contemplated taking their own life within the last 12 months. More than 1 in 6 had made a plan of how they would do so. And then 1 in 7 had actually taken an attempt at their own life within the last 12 months. What we see Tennessee to nationally, we have the similar rates of anxiety and depression as the national. However, we see elevated rates of suicidal ideation and suicidal behaviors, and whenever they attempt, they're more likely to need medical attention. This is that same graph, but just over time. And so we see since 2017, it's been a pretty straight increase each year in suicidal behaviors and suicidal ideations. We see concerning behaviors among high school girls kind of driven out of the pandemic, but it's continued. We see a lot of behaviors around restrictive eating, so girls taking measures such as skipping meals, laxatives, vomiting, diet pills, things like that within the last 30 days. More than 1 in 3 girls had taken the measure like that to lose weight. We also see girls are more prone to engage in non-suicidal self-harm. They engage at twice the rate of boys. We also see that our teenage girls, if they've been in a relationship within the last year, 1 in 8 were in a physically violent relationship within that year. That is an improvement over the previous year of 1 in 6, but it's still concerningly high. Additionally, we see high rates of sexual violence among high school students as well. When we look at children's health insurance, 55% of our kids are covered by TennCare. It's a pretty big increase over the decade. We have a rate of 5.3 of our kids uninsured. Of those uninsured, about 2/3 are eligible for insurance financially. So that means we need to look at how we're communicating that eligibility and getting people enrolled. When we look at infant mortality, of the 38 OECD countries, the United States has the 6th highest rate of infant mortality. Similar to poverty, Tennessee has always trended a bit above the national average. So in 2022, which these are provisional figures, we had an infant mortality rate of 6.6, and the national was 5.6. Where we have seen a concerning increase is in the number of unintentional infants' deaths due to suffocation. So we've seen that number pretty much skyrocket over the last year or so, going from 39 in 2020 to 63 in 2021. Looking at that compared to the national average, Tennessee has consistently had a higher rate of unintentional deaths due to suffocation for infants. But in 2021, the Tennessee rate was 2.75 times higher than the national rate. When we look at child welfare in 2021, Tennessee had just under 4,000 victims of first-time abuse. This was the fourth lowest rate in the country. However, when you look at both first-time and recurring abuse, we rank 15th. So that indicates that we're experiencing higher rates of recurring abuse than our other partners across the country. When we look at time to investigation, we've fallen below the federal target in the P1, P2, and P3 responses for investigation to get information on the child. In 2021, the average time before contact with the alleged child victim or someone who could provide information on that allegation was 4.5 days. We have seen improvement in services to prevent re-entry into foster care, which is really encouraging. So we're getting much closer to the federal target than we've been before. However, when we look at placement stability, since 2018, the number of first-time foster youth experiencing 3 or more placements has steadily increased. The 2023 numbers are just for that first half of the year, so that's only half-year figures. But what we see is that of first-time foster youth entering in 22, more than 1 in 3 had been in 3 placements by June 30th of 23, And then among those entering in 23, more than 1 in 4 had been in 3 placements by the mid-June. When we look at youth crime, what we see is kind of a steady decline over the decade. The dark blue line is going to be an all ages crime rate. The light blue is going to be the youth crime rate. And so we see that there was a more than usual drop in 2020. That's because during the pandemic, kids were just better behaved across the board. They were stuck at home, and so they couldn't get into all the trouble they usually do. So we've seen a slight increase after 2020, but it's kind of back to that trend that we've seen over the decade. This looks at the change in crime rate by county over the decade. So what we saw is that Shelby, Davidson, and Hamilton all experienced a decline over the decade. The largest decline was in Dyer County. And then this kind of breaks out by type of crime. All of these figures are TBI numbers, but we see crimes against persons and crimes against property in this slide, and they follow that same pattern. Crimes against person had that larger drop in 2020 than we saw in property crime. Where we get a little bit different is in terms of crimes against society. That's more plateaued with a slight increase in the last few years. Among TBI crimes, the ones that we see for crimes against society that youth are committing or alleged to have committed, those are going to be your drug and narcotics violations and your weapons law violations. And so that's where we're seeing a bit of an uptick. With those weapons law violations, though, it's important to remember youth are much more likely to be the victim of a firearm crime than to perpetrate one. In 2022, there was just a little over 1,500 crimes involving a firearm where the offender was under 18. During that same period, there was just about 4,490 underage, under 18 victims of a crime involving a firearm. And so we've seen that it's more likely to be used against the kids. We do a survey of youth who are being held in detention centers every year. And so we ask them things about their life experiences prior to being in detention, what were some of their experiences, and then also what do they want the people in charge to know. So what do they want the courts to know? What do they want the people who are making decisions to know? So what we found was that of youth that indicated someone they had lived with had been arrested in jail or detention, that was nearly 80% of youth had that experience. About 1 in 3 youth had their parent die, leave them, or be incarcerated. 43% of youth said that they or someone they had lived with needed help or may have needed help with mental health or drugs and alcohol. Additionally, they said, when asked what would you change about school, court, or probation, they said let them understand that detention doesn't help troubled kids, it makes them worse. Courts need better programs for serious troubled kids like me. We need more help than just being thrown into a cell. Additionally, other responses about what would you change about court, school, detention, things like that to make you not in this situation again. They said, I need to have help understanding my math class. If I could change detention center, I would have better food for the juveniles and more contact and communication with the parents. We see that a lot. Kids want more phone calls and more contact with their parents. Less holding time before treatment. We see a lot of kids self-identifying that they need more help, resources, and treatment. I would put more windows in, and I would also let parents come in every once in a while. More things to do in detention, give help for the ones that need it, and then additionally more help for kids in poverty. And that is the state of the child. And so just providing that context as we go into the rest of the event. And thank y'all for letting me present.
Kylie, thank you so much for all of the work that you put into being the primary author of the State of the Child report and for that presentation. I want you all to know that we are, as a team at the Commission, are juggling many things this week. So today, this afternoon, the Senate Judiciary Committee is meeting and are looking at several bills of interest to the Commission and or directly impact the Commission in positive ways. So Kylie and team are going to be heading to Cordell Hall. Some of the rest of us will be in and out because the Commission has our budget hearing in the House tomorrow morning at 8. So I'm still letting you know all of that because if you want to grab Kylie or someone and you can't find them, please know that they will be back and you'll have the opportunity to ask more questions. I'm incredibly excited to be able to introduce our first speaker, first big speaker of the day of the event, Stephen A. Patrick. is the Vice President and Executive Director of the Forum for Community Solutions at the Aspen Institute. He oversees work at Aspen that includes a focus on building the collective impact field, as well as launching and implementing the Opportunity Youth Fund in partnership with more than 30 different foundations. His work at Aspen has helped to grow the Opportunity Youth movement while also lifting up successful stories of civic engagement and community power building. His work is extensive. He previously served as a senior program officer at the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, served as vice president at the Daniels Fund, and as director of youth and emerging initiatives at the New Mexico Community Foundation. He is the co-founder of Rocky Mountain Youth Corps and spent several years leading youth programs for the San Juan Pueblo tribe. Please join me in welcoming Stephen Patrick.
Thank you, Richard. Thank you so much for having me. Good to be with you all. I have a magical mic here. And I'm not much of a PowerPoint person, but let's see. Yeah, it's working. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you to the commission for the invitation. Thank you, audience, for the chance to and the privilege to be with you. I'm going to talk about a couple of things today. One is collective impact, which we'll get to in a minute, and the other is this work of the Opportunity Youth Forum. A little bit about you first, though, because you just heard too much about me. Most of it was true. So let me just get a read on the room. Raise your hand if you are actually working for a nonprofit right now, if you work for a nonprofit organization. Hold this. Wow, that is 83% of the room. That's fantastic. Okay, raise your hand if you work in government. Government is good. Government is not the enemy. Government is good. Yeah, okay. Some people are still kind of like, eh. Great, that's 11% of the room. Private sector, anybody? Thank you. Way to represent. The private sector is right there at that table. How about philanthropy, foundations? You heard I've worked at a few of those places. Yeah, philanthropy needs to be in the room. We're gonna have to work on that. We need them to invest in the work that you all do. Okay, that's super. Any young people? Any young people in the room? Youth? That's great. Way to represent, sir. Yeah, we need to work on that too. We need to hear from the young people as often and as frequently as possible. So my bad. I should have brought some, I like to do, sometimes when I get asked to do a keynote, I like to just say, well, look, can I bring some young people? But I came all the way from Montana and, next time. Okay, so you heard I work at the Aspen Institute. Have you heard of the Aspen Institute? I'll just do really quickly who we are. Yeah, raise your hand if you've heard of the Aspen Institute. Great, okay, 8% of the room, so this is good. We're a 70-plus-year-old nonprofit that got started when this industrialist said, we need to find a place in America where people can come together and think outside of themselves, get outside of themselves, be inspired by nature, and think big things. So he bought up a bunch of land in this dying little silver mining town called Aspen, Colorado. And that was the birth of the Aspen Institute. Now we're headquartered in Washington, D.C., over 500 staff, all kinds of programs, from college success to what it means to have good jobs in America. We also have all these leadership programs. And then we have all these public programs. So the most famous one is the Aspen Ideas Festival. Check it out. Just go online and Google Aspen Ideas Festival. You'd be like, wow, this is cooler than TED Talks. If it's not cooler than TED Talks, you can email me and be like, Steve, you did me wrong. So that's the Aspen Institute. I have the privilege of working there. The Forum for Community Solutions, we got started about 11 years ago. There was a White House Council on Community Solutions. Did the White House is pretty far away from the rest of us, but there was a White House Council on Community Solutions. That White House Council got super jazzed about this idea of collective impact. Have you all heard of collective impact? Raise your hand if you've heard of collective impact. Let me see. Okay, that's good. That's like 52% of the room has heard of collective impact. Raise your hand if you think you know what it is or what it means. Raise your hand if you put in a recent grant proposal anyway. I know, I saw a lot of that. When the White House Council wrapped up their work, they sort of said, hey, Aspen Institute, can you help build the field around this collective impact frame? And it's basically like a really elegant frame for really hard work. It's really hard to work across different policy programs, different federal agencies, different state agencies, private sector, public sector. And this was the definition that they had, and it came out of this article in the Stanford Social Innovation Review. Who gives a damn what was in the Stanford Social Innovation Review, right? Pardon my French. But actually, every foundation leader in the country reads SSIR. So this collective impact article in 2011 became the most forwarded article in the history of the Stanford Social Innovation Review. Again, okay. Anybody read the Stanford, anybody get SSIR? Yeah, you're a foundation executive. You didn't raise your hand when I asked. Yeah, there's people who read it. It's actually a useful, you know, it's got a whole bunch of stuff about innovation in the social sector, yada, yada, yada. So did you forward the article? Okay, so you're part of the reason it was the most forwarded article in the history of the Stanford Social Innovation Review. Okay, so it just caught wildfire, this idea of collective impact. And it's funny, you heard I was working at the Gates Foundation at the time, and I had just shifted to work at Aspen, and we'll get to this new definition in a minute. And it was kind of classic, because I'll confess this, I've never shared this in a public setting, but if you guys, anybody here know Bill or Melinda Gates? Nope, okay, all right. Yeah, somebody in the back, don't tell them. But I knew I needed to leave the Gates Foundation because I didn't agree with their theory of change. So this is my confession to you all. I believed in this kind of theory of change, that actually it takes a village. So my theory of change is it takes a village, and it takes a whole lot of trust to make change in community. And the Gates Foundation theory of change, I'm boiling this down. They literally have 100 pages of PowerPoint to describe their theory of change. But boiling it down is, let's pick one lever. Let's pick one lever and change that. So if you think about Gates's work in America and the US, and it was, okay, we need to fix high schools. We need to change the structure of high schools. Make them small, make them intimate. Everybody else will figure out the other pieces. Teacher training, great principals, kids who actually show up hungry and we know they can't learn. All the other challenges, the village will take care of that. But we're gonna fix high school. So it's a thorny challenge, but that's their theory of change. So I knew I had to leave Gates because I believed in this thing. But I was going around touring with folks, talking with folks. I'm going to get to this in a quick second. And hopefully you'll just track the slides while I talk, because I think it's better to have a conversation. I was going around when I first started Aspen working on this collective impact stuff, going to funder. I'll just tell you the place I was at, the Southern California Grant Makers meeting. It was about half this size of a room. And part of the thing is there was so much buzz about this collective impact language that I said to the room, well, how many of you have heard of this before? And funders were all getting proposals at that time. This is 10 years ago when it was the buzziest thing. Thank you for the buzz theme, by the way, Commission. And so I was like, and how many of you have gotten proposals? And the entire room raised their hands. We've gotten proposals that say collective impact. Nobody knew what it meant. And I said, how many of you are now, have heard it so much you're fatigued, it almost makes you nauseous to hear those two words together in a sentence? And one of the foundation directors in the back of the room said, yeah, I just threw up in the back of my mouth. And I was like, oh, dude. And so then I was like, oh boy, career choice. I just left the largest philanthropy in the history of humankind to do this startup work on field building for collective impact. and it literally makes people nauseous. So I get it if the language sounds buzzy or challenging, but what it is about is, and I just want to name what we're talking about today, is a reframe of it that we initiated 10 years ago. When we launched this work together with FSG, they're the firm that wrote that article, and they have done all this thinking about it. We said, okay, we'll build the field around collective impact with you, and it's growing. But not unless we fix two big things that were missing from the original article. One is equity, especially racial equity. If we're actually not working collaboratively to close the gaps and achieve racial justice, it's not worth doing. It's really not. That kind of deep community collaboration. And the other is, other side of the same coin, community engagement. So if you're not asking the community, let's say you're working across different agencies to try to end homelessness in your community. There's actually a whole network of communities doing that through an organization called Community Solutions. They have this frame of functional zero. They actually help communities figure out all the different ways you could actually have zero homelessness, and they've won. They've achieved it in a number of communities around the country. But if you're not doing that work and disaggregating by race, you are not doing the work. So I just want to say that, especially if you're working on one of the bigger frames for collective impact is cradle to career work. How many of you have heard of cradle to career as a frame? There's a couple of collective impact initiatives in Tennessee doing that. Seeding Change, anybody know Seeding Change in Memphis? And Chattanooga 2.0. You might be partners in that. Represent Chattanooga. I've never been there, but I'd love to visit. There's a lot of work happening in the field around this, but if we don't figure out these other pieces and embrace this other definition, I think we're missing our mark. This is what makes up collective impact. And I'm going to wrap this up soon and pivot to young people, because I feel like this is a very youthful crowd. And we can look at a network that represents collective impact together. So to do this work, to actually be the village that raises the child, to be the change you wish to see in the world, which is cool that that's the theme, that's the Gandhi quote, right? Gandhi also said, service to others is the only means to self-actualization. So I see a whole lot of actualized folks in this audience. These are the 5 conditions of what a collaborative looks like in a community. So some of y'all may want to do this work. Some of you may want to understand that you're part of collaboratives that may not articulate this. But if we're going to actually change our culture and change the systems and structures and narratives that our young people find themselves in, we have to think across these systems. And to make systems work better and to have warm handoffs from one system to the next, or from one pathway program in education to the next, we really need this backbone support. So I'm just going to take a moment to talk about that. You can understand the other core key conditions. They're pretty self-explanatory. You got to drive data, but you've got to build trust. But there's this notion of a backbone. Have you all heard this language of a backbone organization? Yeah. In some ways, I think the commission plays a backbone role around disadvantaged children and youth. And the backbone means that you're in a community, you're actually looking at how the systems do or do not work together, and you need dedicated staff in a community who wake up every day saying, how am I going to make these systems work for the kids today? How am I going to do it? You can't achieve better outcomes across system, across sector. You probably can, but I haven't seen it, without those sort of servant leader, everybody in the community respects them, folks who say, yeah, we're going to come together and figure this out. We're going to make sure that the community college, the 4-year institutions, they all have a definition of college ready that actually all the high schools embrace as well. But without that dedicated staff, who then also is looking at early childhood education, just to use that cradle to career example. So that's sort of a differentiator around this work. Equity, I won't talk about. How many of you know the work of Policy Link and the legendary Angela Glover Blackwell? Let me just see. Yeah, look her up. Just write, if you're gonna write anything down that Steve said, that guy from the Aspen Institute, Angela Glover Blackwell, Policy Link, now Michael McAfee. They've really been innovators on this. These are some of the ways that we've centered equity, and I'm not gonna spend a lot of time on how collective impact is unique compared to other kinds of partnerships. Collaboration is not collective impact, it's really important. Like I was thinking about that flying into Nashville, and I put the Bob Dylan album, Nashville Skyline, on. I'm dating myself like the Secretary of State. And the first song is, Roseanne Cash said it was one of the 10 best country songs ever. It's Bob Dylan and Johnny Cash singing North Country, Girl from the North Country Fair. How many of you know that song? I mean, come on, right? Like, yeah. And that is great collaboration. Dylan and Cash, but it's not collective impact. So I'm just saying, we need to collaborate. We need to partner more. More often than not, we should not use collective impact as a frame, but we do need to figure out ways to come together to solve the challenges confronting our young people. 20% of young people in Tennessee have considered suicide. We just heard from your kids count data. We have to change our culture and our approach. There's just no other way. Okay. Let's talk about our network at Aspen, the Opportunity Youth Forum and Fund. So the other thing this White House Council did almost 11 years ago was they renamed disconnected youth Opportunity Youth. Have you heard that language, the language of Opportunity Youth? Show you guys are like, I'm tired of raising my hand, Steve. Come on, man. Like, and by the way, your percentages are way off. Okay, some of you have heard that language. You know, basically, to their credit, the White House Council folks, and it was a nonpartisan, bipartisan group, and I actually think it was a guy named John Bridgeland who landed on this language. John Bridgeland was George W. Bush's head of domestic policy, and he was on that White House Council, and he's really good at renaming things. And, and they had this bunch of conversations with young people in the child welfare system, young people in the justice system. They brought them all to the White House, and they kept having these conversations. And those young people said, look, we don't feel disconnected. I know that's what you call us disconnected youth, but it's not us, it's the systems that are disconnected. And we also feel hopeful. Like, all we want is an opportunity. That's all we want. And we need to create more opportunity for young people in our country, especially young people from historically disinvested communities, from communities that have dealt with structural and systemic racism for generations. You can't just fix this overnight, but we want an opportunity, and we want an opportunity to thrive. And so the White House Council said, we're gonna stop calling them disconnected youth, we're gonna call them opportunity youth. It might not be the best language, but it certainly is a positive frame, I don't know. Talk to me afterwards if you have a better word for youth and young adults 16 to 24 who are not connected to school or work. So we launched our work, and we were broke. So there I was leaving the Gates Foundation for a broke new program at the Aspen Institute. But we actually were able to leverage a whole lot of partnerships to invest in a whole lot of communities around the country that are using the collective impact frame. So in these communities, they're pulling together their systems leaders to think about those 16 to 24-year-olds who are not connected to school or work. Many of them are justice involved. Many of them are transition age youth, TAY, foster care, transition age youth. Do you guys work with TAY, some of you? Let me just see. Anybody work with transition age youth coming out of the child welfare system? Yeah. You really are like tired of raising your hands. Should I stop polling the audience? I can, but I saw a good percentage. I'm not going to put a percentage on it. So over time, we grew to this network. Why isn't Tennessee? Thank God Greenville, Mississippi is one of our partners, because it touches just the writing on the doesn't it touch Tennessee? So help me, like, come on over to our gatherings and we'll talk about partnering. So this network meets twice a year in a big palooza of, thought leaders, partners on the ground, community activists, young people, the young people take over, and we steal from each other, like the Secretary of State was talking about. So learning kind of has percolated up from this network. We can skip over lots of impacts, lots of a big, hairy, audacious goal for the whole country to reduce the number of opportunity youth by half. We're going to have to do a lot of work together. And more recently, oops, sorry, I got way ahead of myself. More recently, as we've been learning together, we've embraced this frame, this clunky acronym, BMWP, around what young people are asking for and what we need to see as the key ingredients in the pathways, systems, structures, and narratives that our youth find themselves in. And it's belonging, meaning-making, well-being, and purpose. You could add words, healing. So many young people are asking to heal. They need to heal. We all do. It's a hard time right now. We've been through a lot in this country in the last decade. But we landed on these words, and there's actually a ton of evidence behind the work of belonging and meaning-making and focusing on youth well-being. We just heard about the need to do that from the Kids Count data here. And we sort of tracked this in partnership with some of the brightest and best in our country thinking about this. So another name to write down, okay, this is the second thing I'm gonna say that I just, like, John Powell and the Othering and Belonging Institute, right? We see a fair amount of othering happening. The Secretary of State was talking about bullying. That's othering. Maybe we pick an ethnic group. Somebody picks an ethnic group to other. If they get ahead, then we don't get ahead. That's othering. How many of you are familiar with that? But belonging is an important ingredient to how young people can thrive. Belonging means having a meaningful voice and the opportunity to participate. And there's all this research that shares, like, if a kid gets into, a young adult gets into community college and they test into developmental math, and by the way, if you're poor and a young person of color, you have a better than 70% chance of testing into developmental education, then if they don't feel a sense of belonging and purpose, they're not gonna stick, right? They're gonna stop out. You can try to fix developmental math, you can make it jazzy, you can put it on, Twitter. That's not hip. What's the, that doesn't even exist anymore. Unless a person feels a sense of belonging and meaning in that work, they're not gonna stay. Meaning making, there's all this research that says it's like the most important thing. Why don't we think about it? Why don't we focus on it? Why don't we address the need for young people to make meaning in their own lives? Meaning-making interventions targeting individuals' beliefs. And these can be small. It's just similarly, you can do a lot of work on belonging. Some of you might work with the courts. Part of our network, we learned from our Philly youth network partners that there's a judge in the children's courts in Philly now who says any kid who comes in front of the court, you refer to as my child, our child. Think about that mental model, the shift, when we acknowledge that these are all our children. That's belonging. Meaning-making interventions, sometimes they're culturally based. They're just a chance to feel a part of something. Well-being came from our young people. We had this super cool research project in partnership with Annie E. Casey Foundation. We just paid a whole bunch of youth to do their own research on a definition of well-being. So they all partnered. They partnered with Johns Hopkins. They're like, "Yo, I'm a researcher. That's what I do." And they came up with this definition of well-being. And I think we heard about, we have to find a way to talk about mental health without calling it a crisis, because sometimes it just tunes people out. We have to find a way to talk about well-being in our country and to shift that mindset. So that's the definition that the young people themselves came up with. And then purpose. This is really interesting because several funders came to us, several foundation leaders, and said, hey, we fund this purpose work. We fund, have you guys heard about this? We fund the happiness class at Yale. It's the most popular class at Yale, right? And they're like, but somehow you have a network of youth and young adults of color from a diversity of places, Native American communities, rural communities, urban centers. We don't, ain't nobody funding the happiness class there. What if we did this together? My first reaction was like, purpose, that's kind of bougie. Like a lot of our young people are just trying to, survive. They're trying to make it through that hierarchy of needs. Purpose seems like pretty high up on that hierarchy. But then I realized that that's an equity issue, right? Like, what young person gets to try stuff and participate in something? And so yeah, I was like, hell yeah, we'll do purpose. Like, every young person should have the opportunity to understand their own purpose. And this guy, Anthony Burrow, he's another one. There's a great podcast with him. If you ever listen to podcasts, Hidden Brain, super cool. It's on NPR. There's a Hidden Brain podcast on the science of purpose. The science of purpose is insane, people. Like, if you actually have a strong sense of purpose, the research says you are better looking, which explains why this is such a handsome crowd. The research on purpose is incredible, and it's not actually, like Dr. Burrow, he's wonderful, but I often joke about finding my purpose with him, and he's like, you don't find your purpose. It kind of is this directionality that emerges from the experience of developing in a healthy way as a young person. Positive youth development, basically, which I can't wait to hear about before lunch. So we've now landed on, I get in trouble with the funders who support our work, because are some of you working on the workforce investment kind of strategies? Anybody here do workforce pathways work? Thank you for raising your hand. I mean, you are in the front, so you're kind of a brown nose already, but thank you for raising your hand. I've been getting in trouble with the workforce folks because I'm like, look, I'm done figuring out like growth sector strategies for our young people, where we know there's a market for jobs. That is important, and we need to do that, but we actually need to center the young person and help them understand who they are, what they want to be, and wrap them in love. I use the L word there, love, to support them getting to that finish line. So, sector-based strategies are great, but I can't even tell you how many times I've been in, workforce meetings where they're like, oh, there's a real shortage of phlebotomists. By the way, do you know what a phlebotomist is? It took me forever, right? They draw blood, right? And you can't just steer a young person. That's the soft bigotry of low expectations. If you're like, well, there's a shortage of phlebotomists, so you're gonna be a phlebotomist and stick this needle in somebody's arm. Meanwhile, the kid's afraid of the sight of blood, right? We gotta find other ways to center the young person. And for us, that's about belonging and meaning and well-being and purpose. And there's work to be done. So let's see if this is, so there's a ton of info on our website, www.aspencommunitysolutions.org. I'll make sure these slides are available to you around this work. And then, the work of the Opportunity Youth Forum is about collective impact. So I wanted to make sure we hit on what we're learning from young people and from these collaboratives and communities and give you examples. I think there's a lot of folks who work with youth and young adults in the child welfare system here. One of our collaboratives is the Alliance for Children's Rights in Los Angeles. Not surprisingly, LA has the largest number of foster care kids in the country. And what the Alliance has done is get the K-12 system to respond differently to those kids in the child welfare system. Change state policy so that those kids are now supported full ride all the way through age 25 if they stay in college. Change the way we support TAY. They've actually helped launch one of the most innovative AmeriCorps programs in the country where they hire foster care transition age youth. You know, we all know they have the highest rates of unemployment, super high rates of incarceration, all the bad stuff. And they hire them all as AmeriCorps members to then mentor the rising generation of youth coming out of child welfare. Just really smart, multi-system, multi-sector work. I'm gonna just finish here shortly about the work of collective impact. I think if you all wanted to do collective impact, because I was asked by the commission to talk about it, these are the conditions you would look for in order to do it. I would just argue like this, collective impact is how the world should work, right? It should work that way, that we're all in the same boat, rowing in the same direction. And we heard a little metaphor from Boys in the Boat last night with the commission. We're all in the same boat, rowing in the same direction. Collective impact only makes sense if you're thinking about systems level changes. It only makes sense if you're willing to actually look at the interventions in your community and optimize those interventions. So one nonprofit might do a whole lot of different things, and they might do, you know, case management super well, but they don't do after school that well, but they have an after school program, but there's 5 other programs that they could partner with. How do you actually sync up the puzzle pieces to create an ecosystem of opportunity for our young people? It only makes sense if you've got serious trust across the community. You guys have all heard that quote, change happens at the speed of trust. It's true. And so we have to figure out how do we build trust, not just with our young people, not just in asking them what they want and following up with them, but also across the different systems that are there. These are some of the preconditions that make collective impact work. Urgency for change is a good one. So if you wanted to really change that 20% number here for 20% of your young people having thought about suicide in the past year, one way to do that is to create urgency. One way to do that, I'll give you an example from our network, is Boston. Boston, you know, it's Boston, right? I'm from Western Massachusetts, so there's pardon my French, but there's this expression, mass hole. Like, the Bostonians are like, okay, our kids aren't finishing college. 6% college completion rate for poor, low-income youth, 6% community college completion rate for low-income youth in Boston. Actually, if you look at college completion, it's a big challenge in most places. You know, and sometimes, you know, you gotta respect that colleges are trying. Boston put a story on the front page of the Boston Globe calling out those low persistence rates. That created urgency. Took a while to build the trust back a little bit, but it created urgency. So what are we gonna do to create that momentum that can bring us together around this work? These are the certain preconditions that we have found that make collective impact shine. And then there's a ton of resources. So the Action Summit is coming up. If you're interested in this approach, check it out. It's all virtual too, so you don't have to leave home, although I can tell this is a crowd that likes to travel. So we always have an Action Summit. There's a lot of research that says this works now. 10 years ago when we launched the collective impact moment, or leveraged it to create this field around collective impact, there wasn't research. Now there's a lot of research that says this actually gets to better outcomes on whatever the issue area. There are also all these networks now like ours, the Opportunity Youth Forum, There's, I mentioned Community Solutions is a network working on homelessness. Have you heard of Strive Together? They're a network working on the cradle to career approach to collective impact. Dozens of communities across the country, including several in Tennessee, hundreds working on that. Cities United is all these communities working on violence and how do you overcome violence and what does it mean if you invest in the community differently to address issues of violence. So it's real, it's here, and if you're interested, we've got lots of info for you. And this is all at www.collectiveimpactforum.org. And a lot of this could be applied to your everyday work, even if you're not going to take the big bite of launching a collective impact initiative in your community. I just want to close with two quick stories about the youth part of our work. One is that in the end, this belonging, meaning, well-being, and purpose, I was talking to our Hawaii partners. There's this incredible work that the Native Hawaiian community is doing around justice reform. They've actually done enough deflection in their system that there is not a single young woman locked up right now in the juvenile justice system in Hawaii. They're all, that's where, they're all diverted, and the diversion stuff is super cool. It's all grounded in culture and tradition. It's all grounded in the meaning-making part of this work and finding purpose. So one of the things they do is like, hey kid, you're in trouble, you're here awaiting trial, you're in the juvenile justice jail. Here's the garden. For the first few weeks, you're gonna help us grow traditional crops and deliver to the Native Hawaiian elders, and we're gonna actually pay you. And you're gonna just go in a different direction altogether. They do that kind of work as part of their work. So I went to them with hey, we got this new acronym, it's kind of clunky, BMWP, belonging, meaning, well-being, and purpose. And the Native Hawaiian folks said to me, yeah, you know what we call that? Old wisdom. And I was like, oh yeah, that's what it is. And you know, without actually ripping off culture, it is true. It's about wisdom. The other is that you can actually get with this belonging and meaning work in whatever ways that you interact with young people. If you think about it, there are little things you can do to help a young person feel a sense of belonging. A community college with 13 different campuses sprinkled across very rural, mountainous Colorado. The college president sends a letter to every kid who graduates from the high schools in that huge region that says, congratulations, you've been accepted at Colorado Mountain College. Wow. Right? Why not? Why not? And by the way, there's a lot of colleges have some resources for every local kid, right? So by the way, you've been accepted and you get a scholarship. So if you come, you get this part of your tuition covered. It's by state law that would be covered, but the kid goes, holy crap, I belong in college, right? It's just very small things we can do to help a young person feel a sense of belonging. Last story, and then I'll wrap it up. The community in Amarillo College is what I'm talking about, Amarillo, Texas. So very much not even a purple community, very red in terms of how they vote. The president of Amarillo College said, we have these terrible completion rates for kids coming into community college here. We got to change the culture of our system. We are going to center love. We're going to love children, the young people, the students. We're going to actually create archetypes of what the students look like, because we're all here teaching like we think everybody's who we were when we went to high school and went into college, but the majority of students are working parents. The majority of students are Latino or Latina or Latinx. So we're going to serve the archetype of Maria. Whatever Maria needs, we're going to get. We're going to change how we do student services and center love and center what that student needs. We're going to change how we approach the academics. It's going to be all about the students and about love, or as the originator of Be the Change, Gandhi once said, it's about nonviolent revolution. So this is a guy talking to a community that voted 85% for Trump, and talking about a student population that is very large Hispanic population. Over the next 4 years, as he transformed the culture of his system, the graduation rates went from 16% to 60%. Wow. That's pretty good data that tells us that this stuff works. So I know in many ways I'm talking to the folks who know this. I'm talking to the folks who care when others aren't looking, like your Secretary of State spoke to earlier. I'm talking to people who understand that we need to change how we show up for and with young people. I want to encourage you to keep doing that and keep finding the juice to bring the love that too often our structures, our systems, our social media actually counter. And the opposite of love is hopelessness. We can't have that. So thank you for being an incredibly hopeful room. Thank you for the opportunity of sharing our work at Aspen with you. And I look forward to partnering with others in Tennessee in the coming years. Thank you very much.
Stephen, thank you so much for flying across the country to be here with us in Nashville today. One more hand for Mr. Stephen Patrick. Thank you. Before we move on into our program, I wanted to make a quick mention about some of the feedback that we've received at previous Children's Advocacy Days, and one of those is some of the opportunity, I would say, for you guys to network just a bit more with the other attendees that are in the audience. So right now, we're going to give you the opportunity to do just that. We're going to take a networking break, and we will reconvene at 10:50 to move on with our program. Thank you, guys.
Yes, indeed. Go out there and dance, create, shake it up, laugh, sing out, pray, grab somebody. As long as you ain't hurting nobody. As long as it's all within the creative context. We love you and may God bless you.
You just let me know, I'll be there.
Ain't no sunshine when she's gone. It's not warm when she's away. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone, and she's always gone too long. Anytime she goes away, wonder this time where she's gone. Wonder if she's gonna stay. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone, and this house just ain't no home. Anytime she goes away. And I know, 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 I know. Hey, I ought to leave the young thing alone, but ain't no sunshine when she's gone. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone. Only darkness every day. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone, and this house just ain't no home. Anytime she goes away, anytime she goes away, anytime she goes away, anytime she goes away.
I'm so in love with you. Whatever you want to do is all right with me. 'Cause you make me feel so brand new. And I want to spend my life with you. Me say, sing, baby, since we've been together. Ooh, loving you forever is what I need. Let me be the one you come running to. I'll never be untrue. Oh, baby, let's stay together. Loving you weather, times are good or bad, happy or sad. Yeah. Whether times are good or bad, happy or sad. Why
Ladies and gentlemen, if you can please begin to make your way back to your seats, we are going to reconvene in 3 minutes.
I just came to see you'd never do that to me, would you, baby? Spinning around you is all I see, is what I want to do.
so hate to end amazing networking and hate to most definitely end visits with our sponsors and learning more about the work that they do. But if I could ask you guys to make your way back to your seats, I would forever be grateful. Please know that you will have more time to visit with the sponsors, and I promise we have more time for you all to be able to network with each other. So joining me on stage is Rob Burke, one of our team members at the Commission on Children and Youth, and he has something that is incredibly important to one of you. So if there is a person named Kreslin Ruckman, or if you happen to know someone named Kreslin Ruckman, would you find Rob? Because you're going to be in a world of hurt at some point today without what he has. So please make your way to Rob, and he will help you out with that. The other thing, as much as we love you all are incredible people, and we want to give you everything that we can possibly give you. However, the centerpieces that are on your table, you can't take home with you. So however, there are small jars of honey. Please feel free to stick the honey in your bag and take it home and enjoy that all you will. But I'm afraid the people that we have promised the centerpieces to would be very distraught with us if they started going home. Now, if it's something that you truly love and you're like, I want to buy this for myself, you can find Sasha, who is our regional coordinator in Memphis Shelby County, and she can tell you where we bought everything that we did. So thank you guys so much. So I'm going to ask Judge Phil to join me on stage. I'm going to ask Melissa McGee to join me on stage. So one of my favorite parts of Children's Advocacy Days every year is that we have the opportunity to recognize some amazing individuals across the state who are doing just incredible work. And so we have several categories of awards. But one of the things that I do want to tell you all is probably about a decade ago, I became increasingly frustrated with giving just those, and if you guys have them, I apologize, just those tacky acrylic plaques that say congratulations. I was like, this is not meaningful enough. And so I tasked our team at the commission with, let's find a Tennessee artist who does something unique that can become the award that has some additional meaning. And so thanks to John Rust, who lives in the Upper Cumberland region, we discovered through him a potter that is in Sparta that makes all of the hand-thrown pottery that we use for the awards every year. Obviously, there are a million symbolisms of pottery and potters and things like that, and we just feel that that's really, really relevant. So I wanted you all to understand why the awards look a little different and why they are so meaningful to us. I am going to ask another person to join me on stage. So it's time for our first award. And the first award that we're going to present this year is the Jim Pryor Award. The Tennessee Commission on Children and Youth awarded its first Jim Pryor Child Advocacy Award posthumously to Jim Pryor in March of 1995. Pryor, who passed away in May of 1994, was a member of the Commission on Children and Youth. He was an amazing and outstanding advocate for children. He was an attorney, a former assistant district attorney, a member of the State Child Sexual Abuse Task Force, and an active member of the Northeast Regional Council on Children and Youth. The 2024 Jim Pryor Child Advocacy Award recipient is no stranger to most of you in attendance with us today. She has numerous professional accomplishments, not the least of which was her determination to bring a group of professionals together in the fall of 2010 at the Connecting for Children's Justice Conference to address a need for Tennessee's infants, young children, and families. This dedication led to the foundational Tennessee Infant and Early Childhood Mental Health Initiative, TNIECMHI, As you might understand, that acronym was difficult to pronounce, and as this group continued to grow, it became what we now know as the Association of Infant Mental Health in Tennessee, or AIM-HI Tennessee, making Tennessee a leader in addressing infant mental health and receiving national and international acclaim. She is a professor of psychiatry and behavioral sciences at East Tennessee State University, an expert in ETSU's Strong Brain Institute, and provides leadership of the East Tennessee State University Center of Excellence for Children in State Custody. As you can tell, her work and so many other acts of her heart are on behalf of Tennessee's children. In the words of her nominator, she is tenacious, with a fiery spirit and a beautiful way of being. Because she never gives up on her big ideas, Tennessee is better equipped to support its babies and the wonderful professionals who hold them. I would like to ask Angela Webster, Executive Director of AIM-HI, to join me as she was the nominator for this year's recipient.
So Michelle, I would like to ask you to stand up. And I have some questions. I'm going to follow in the footsteps of the presenter earlier, Steve. I'm going to ask for a show of hands. If you feel like you have been impacted by AIM-HI Tennessee, raise your hand. Okay. If you're endorsed, raise your hand. If you have participated in a training or received technical assistance, raise your hand. If you are AIM-HI staff, board, or advisory council, raise your hand. We are all so deeply indebted to the vision of Michelle. Dr. Mosier says that this was not her intended vision, that she was trying to create more clinicians. We're doing that, but look at the impact you've had. Thank you, Michelle, for all that you do.
So please join me in honoring Dr. Michelle Moser, our 2024 Jim Pryor Child Advocacy Award recipient. Dr. Moser.
Thank you. I'm really surprised. There's got to be a lot of people who knew this secret, and you guys are really good secret. We didn't even have a ticket to come, and so Richard let us in. So thank you, Angela. Last night, Richard only gave me 1 minute to talk, and I think I took 2, but I just want to say that I had no vision to do collective impact. I didn't know what it meant. I had no systems development experience, but I had the opportunity of working with the Centers of Excellence for Children in State Custody, along with our partners with child welfare and community mental health centers. And starting in about 2004, I kept seeing we didn't have services for our little itty bitties in the community mental health centers. And so all I knew to do was talk to people and find people that were interested in what I did. And then you heard the story of the Tennessee Infant Early Childhood Mental Health Initiative that grew into AIM-HI and all of this great work. My heart is still with, as Angela said, finding services and more evidence-based models in mental health for babies. And last night I shared my joy of Dr. Kristen Dean from the Knoxville COE, and I wrote a grant for the National Child Traumatic Stress Network a few years ago. They didn't fund it, and all of a sudden they funded it, and it gave us this opportunity, among other things that we're doing with our partners, Frontier Health and the McNabb Centers, to bring more parent-child interaction therapy to East Tennessee, to bring new models of parent-child interaction therapy, one for toddlers. The people for my heart, we're adding to the service array for the 12-month-old old to 24 months old, and to bring an innovation to PCIT trauma, which we're the second folks in the nation to bring that, and PCIT is for our littles, 2 to 7. So I get to keep doing this great work while Angela takes the association and then does all this other great work across all the sectors. So Angela, thank you to all of you who kept this secret. I don't know what to say, but I appreciate this honor and being here with all of you advocates who probably are here with the same fire and passion to do something in your area. And let me just say, I had no vision for Aim High. I just did something in my little area. So we heard from the speakers today, doing something for one, doing something in your little sphere can really ripple out and be something great. So thank you. So don't drop them.
Be careful, yes. Congratulations. That's what kept.
Congratulations again, Dr. Mosier. Time now for one of our audience's favorite part of Children's Advocacy Days, a performance by the gifted students of Southern Word. Educators, youth development professionals, writers, and poets built Southern Word from the ground up in 2008. Since then, it has grown to be a national, nonprofit leader in the spoken word education field, serving more than 7,500 students at 40 schools in 8 Tennessee counties every single year. But I'm not going to talk anymore about this special group. I'm going to allow their fearless leader, Benjamin Smith, to do that. Please welcome Benjamin.
Okay, is this working? Is this working? Okay, you can clap like that for me, but you're going to give more to the young people, yeah? All right. I'm going to be real quick because we have 3 folks today. We have Lottie Cardwell, who's a junior at Martin Luther King Academic Magnet. Yeah? We have Angel, who is a senior at Central Magnet in Murfreesboro, who's our first ever Tennessee Youth Poet Laureate. And you're going to hear more about that tomorrow. And then you have Jaden Marshall, who's South College graduate of Martin Luther King Academic Magnet, who's the 2024 Nashville Youth Poet Laureate. So come on, Lottie.
Ode to my smile. My smile is the confetti pastels of the spring sky, the bursting confidence of a sunflower in August, the glistening liberty of autumnal sprints. My smile cascades out into the world just like any crocus, yet my smile bears the delicacy of a winter cobweb. Fleeting as snowfall in Tennessee, it morphs subtly into the threads of treachery, the poisoned dart of self-defense, the blood-thin razor blade of a dagger, the coiled cobra of danger. So I form my mouth into screams of refusal, not the pretty little curves of approval. I don't smile. When my smile means any man's hand may fashion my body into a living, breathing colony. When my smile signals to the street cat callers that I am flattered by their mockery of birdsong. When my smile means I give consent. I refuse to smile past your misconducts. My smile will not abet your stairs, nor will it grace your mattress. I will not be the gasoline in your engine, for then you will rev it up and pave a highway down my body. As if you can bulldoze a wild thing. Don't be surprised when my smile does not don a model's aloofness to accompany your excuses. When my tongue does not play act a thank you and my lips don't corset themselves for your comfort. I am flattering you with an honesty you deny yourself, because if you acknowledged my age, surely you could not trick your body into fashioning my cage. My smile is the crackle of heat waves before a summer storm, the kind of kinetic energy that burns your skin, the crimson of sin, the kind of lightning that paints everything brilliant, everything growing bolder in the moment before the thunderheads burst. My smile bears a glint of a fragment of the joy I carry. For rain is not always melancholy revealed, but sometimes joy expressed. And yes, I am prettier when I smile, because I am enjoying myself. When my lips curve upward, and on this earth, a woman's pleasure is just another endangered species. So, to the men who believe a woman's smile can be forced, let my smile be mine. The fractured rays of light I bestow or hide. Let my smile reflect my thoughts, my mood, my whims. Let it be natural, not fashioned for him. Let me be a woman who owns her expression instead of a woman owned by her expression. Let me resist the pressure of the male gaze upon me and rise in the pleasure of who I want to be.
A few days ago, I saw a photo of a child flattened by a tank in Gaza. His body so destroyed that he was barely recognizable as human. A few weeks ago, I saw a photo of a 12-year-old girl hanging from a building, her legs less corporal than thread. Her name was Sidra Hasuna, and only a few days before, she was laughing and smiling like nothing could ever take away her joy. Every day I see another photo of a massacre, another video of infants dying right before my eyes, another audio where I can't tell what is louder, the bombs or the screams. Another child identifying their parents by their limbs, another parent dragging their children from under the rubble. I can't look at these photos without imagining the lives these children could have had. Their dreams, not the bullets, writing their memories. Their smiles, not the strikes, lighting up the night sky. I can't go to school without thinking of how there are no more universities left in Gaza, or how my education teaches us to forget history before we can spin its lessons into change. Because every muted roar is a bleeding wound, and our classrooms are battlefields where our curriculum is more dangerous than a loaded gun. They say we must be the change, yet how can we raise our voice above the fire when violence is synonymous with embrace and the children are pushed to the front of the lines? I think of how we have already begun to forget. As names become unwritten elegies, bodies become faceless, and children become young men and women and people under 18 in the headlines. I wonder if it would hurt to remember their innocence in spite of our guilt, if it would hurt to raise our voices for the children whose suffering we can pretend to not see. Because children everywhere deserve life, and the bullet does not stop in a war zone, lodging in our classrooms and our homes across the world, and even our own state of Tennessee. Every day I ask how many more deaths we can take and why our children must bear the weight of our grief. Thank you.
My mother would often ask me why I hate school, why I had such a twisted affection or view, why at the end of the day I would never talk about what I learned or the people I'd conversated to. Well, you see, school is a reflection of a society's hopes and dreams stirred into a pot served on a platter from which they expect you to pick clean, but sometimes it gets sprinkled with other things. My first day of first grade, I was excited to read. My mother took me to the Massillon Library twice a week, so reading had become a pastime. But when I walked into my classroom, there were no books, only footnotes of what could have been. No front covers, only crayon-marked pages held by an invisible force where the spine should have been. So we'd often share books, crayons, even seats, because the number of kids in need of an education versus supplies in the classroom just couldn't compete, because redlining policies deemed majority Black and brown neighborhoods high risk, which meant less funding, which meant less supplies, which meant no books, and only footnote were the education for kids. So I moved. My mother took me out my third year, and then I started predominantly white school. Only 3 kids looked like me, but hey, at least we had books. However, my vernacular became a game of hot potato sailing perfectly in all my white classmates' hands, passed around the circle and round again and again till it came to me, branding my tongue with ghetto and my forehead with dumb. So every time I answered a question, my answer would always be brought into question to see if this Black girl maybe actually do know something. And those books, which I could finally read, those books reflect the history of the place that I had called home. But in those books, my complexion was rarely ever shown, until February, where every corner I turned, I saw my reflection staring back at me. And when the spring winds came, it again reflected a white sheet. Moving into high school, I was taught quickly about excitement, and how my choice of dress couldn't help but cause people to be a little excited, how my shoulders had the power to turn heads and attract wandering eyes, and how the higher my skirt was lifted, the more people's education I could deprive. Moving into high school, I was taught quickly about excitement, and that people screaming in the hallways, it wasn't because of gunshots, it's just to be a little excited. And you don't need your phone when you go to the bathroom, that'll distract you. Or it could be the last message your mom gets when the bullets fly past you. They say it'll never happen, so why do we drill for it? They say it's just in the past tense, so why do people still get killed for it? They say you dress like it, so of course he felt you up. But Muslim girls wearing hijabs are sexually assaulted every day and they're covered up. But you see, school is a reflection of society's hopes and dreams stirred into a pot served on a platter from which you are forced to eat till that food is the only language you speak. Till that platter is a thing in your thoughts that reeks. Till your reflection is no longer yourself, but footnotes of the things you've learned and seen.
We want to say thank you to our friends at Southern Word. There's not much to add. Just can you say thank you one more time for their participation with us? Always a beautiful performance, and we are just so grateful that they continue to come and be with us every year. I have the privilege of introducing our next speaker. Catherine Plog Martinez serves as the managing partner for Knowledge to Power Catalyst. In this role, she oversees business operations of the firm and a lead consultant on a wide range of projects. Catherine's portfolio of clients includes local and national intermediaries and membership organizations in education and youth development. Prior to building her consulting business, Catherine spent 8.5 years at Denver Public Schools, serving in roles including the Director of Extended Learning and Community Schools and the Executive Director of Whole Child Supports. She is a co-founder of the Denver After School Alliance. Please join me in welcoming Catherine Plog Martinez.
Thank you, Melissa, for that introduction. I'm not entirely certain that it's fair to have to go after the youth spoken word poets, but I'm going to do my best. I am really excited to be with you all today. It's been exciting to get to see some glimpses of your work last night and through the award winner. Congratulations again. I'm really hoping that in my time with you today, what I can do is give you some framing that brings you back to the heart space of what you do. I think we spend a lot of time in the head space of our work, in the to-do list, in the tasks, in the challenges. But I want to really bring us back to the heart and the core, which we just saw with the spoken word poets, which is the young people themselves, and really all that they bring to the table and offer. And I'm hoping that this is going to work. So I want our time together to be interactive, and I would love for you to pull out your phones. I know that we already put them on silent, so they're not going to buzz, but I'd love for you to pull out your phones and either use the QR code or teeny tiny up at the top. You can go to menti.com and enter the code 53115319. And I don't know why this slide's not showing quite right, but we're going to do a practice. I want to make sure that this is working for our actual content. So I would love for you to enter into this Menti, what did you have for breakfast this morning? And those results should start popping up on screen. Hopefully. Fingers crossed that the technology gods are smiling at me. This is why we're testing it, because if not, then we're going to change it all up, and it's going to be just fine. So let's see. Those answers are not popping up on screen, so I am about to just say we're going to go a different route. Okay. Yeah, the little loading dots aren't moving, which makes me think, is there anything my folks in the back can see that might be helpful? Okay, that's all right. Not a problem. This is why I asked you what you had for breakfast. It wasn't because I really wanted to know. It was so we could find out if the technology was working or not. So we're going to move right along because I know our time together is going to go very quickly. So my first actual question for you, and what we're going to do instead of Mentimeter, is we're going to do a turn and talk. I would love for you to turn to a neighbor and share, what do you want for the young people in your life? Think about the young people you advocate on behalf of, the young people that you work with on a daily basis. Think about your own children or grandchildren, nieces or nephews. Think about as they transition through childhood, into adolescence, and on into adulthood. What do you want for them? And I'll give you an example. I left at home my 14-year-old, 10-year-old, and 4-year-old. I have one at each developmental stage right now. But one thing I really want for them when I think about adulthood is that they know they have other people, other adults in their life, the older, wiser elder that they can go to for advice, for support, for celebration. Another thing I really want for the three of them, Steve said it earlier in terms of what we're centering, I want them to know they're loved. That's something I really want for my three children. So I'm going to give you just a minute or two, turn to a neighbor, share what you want for the young people in your life. take about 30 more seconds. All right, I'm going to bring us back together as a whole group. Sorry to interrupt your good conversations. A lot of energy as we think about what we want for the young people. I would love to hear, this is the drawback of not having the Mentimeter, I would love to hear some of the things that you want for the young people in your life. So I'm going to need you to just shout them out. What are some of the things that you want for the young people in your life? Safety. Community. Purpose, possibility, equity. I want them to know God because everything else will fall into. To know God, have faith. Couple more. Confidence. Self-sufficiency. Excellent, excellent. We could keep going. We could keep going, and I am certain that with the things you named, you all would have named a great deal of what research tells us about positive youth development. So I lost track of how many times I've asked this question, but I ask this question at the start of almost every training and presentation that I do. I've asked it of teachers, of after-school professionals, of juvenile justice staff, of mental health professionals, of public health workers, of young people themselves, because this question gets us to the heart of positive youth development, of really focusing on what we want for young people instead of what. Well, there's a lot of things you didn't say. You didn't say, I don't know the name of the statewide standardized test in Tennessee, but you didn't say that you want kids to do really well on that standardized test, right? You didn't say that you don't want kids to use drugs, that you don't want kids to be in gangs, you don't want them to end up pregnant. It's not about preventing. It's not about those academic standards and benchmarks. It goes deeper than that. It's really about focusing on building up, about focusing on all that we want and on those strengths. So, as I said, it's really at the core of positive youth development. Karen Pittman is one of the founders of the field of positive youth development, and I'm privileged enough to have her as my business partner at Knowledge to Power Catalyst. And Karen, many moons ago, coined the phrase, problem-free is not fully prepared, and fully prepared is not fully engaged. Problem-free is not fully prepared, and fully prepared is not fully engaged. For a long, long time, our work with young people focused on all the things we didn't want them to do, instead of focusing on all the things that they can do and can be, and all the potential they have. Karen also talked about work can't be about just remediation and prevention, and that schools aren't enough, that we have to engage the whole community. So Karen's slogan is really a reminder of our purpose in interacting with young people, that even in the midst of crisis, we have to be focused on more than just ensuring all the knots. We have to, even thinking that young people have to be fixed before we can build them up is counter to what we know about science. That we have to be focused on that building and those strengths from the beginning. The things you listed were about, and that you shared with your partner, are really about being more than just problem-free. They're about being fully prepared and fully engaged. But here's the thing about positive youth development. I can ask this question at the start of so many trainings, and people will name what the research says. Positive youth development is common sense, but it's not always common practice. Often, when we're faced with a room full of rowdy fourth graders, or my high schooler, he hasn't figured out yet that he's not supposed to yell, "Love you," when I drop him off at school in the morning, but I know that's coming any day. So those high schoolers who don't want you anywhere near the building, right? Focusing on their strengths, focusing on what you want for them, is the first thing that goes out the door. Read an article recently about the youth work paradox. something that Bianca Baldridge talks about. And Baldridge talks about how you have organizations like Southern Word where they are so focused on the strengths of young people, but when they go to write a funding proposal, they're expected to present their young people as if they're predominantly deficits. They have to share their problems that they're trying to fix. Right? It's common sense, but it's not always common practice. But I want to give you a metaphor to help illustrate problem-free is not fully prepared is not fully engaged. See, you all thought I was just worried about getting thirsty, which I'm totally going to drink this water when I'm done, but first, my demonstration. So I want you to think about this glass as a young person. This young person is problem-free. So they've got a little bit of water in there. I don't know how well you can see my glass, but we've got a little bit of water. This problem-free young person heads out into the world. They head off into college, right? They've made it through high school, probably gotten B's. They're headed in the future direction. They're problem-free. They've been doing okay. But that first chance that somebody says, hey, there's a party tonight, you want to come with me? It's the kid next door who you hear that they've ended up in the hospital with alcohol poisoning. Because problem-free didn't mean that they knew how to navigate and make smart choices. But if they had purpose, and they knew that they were there because they wanted to help other young people someday, if they had the self-sufficiency to be able to advocate for themselves and make different decisions, if they had passion for all that they were doing, if they had a trusted adult they could call and ask for some advice, if they had all the other things that you all didn't get a chance to share with me, then when they encounter that first night and someone says, hey, let's go to a party, we're all going to get really drunk. This glass, if I started to tip it, normally I would spill water right now, and I don't want to do that on this stage. But if we start to tip the glass, some of the water is going to spill out. But what do we still see in my glass? Water, a lot of it. Because this young person had the skills and competencies and assets to help them navigate their world. So I want to give you a simple definition. I wasn't kidding, I'm going to drink some of the water. I want to give you a super simple definition of positive youth development. Positive youth development is the process through which communities fill the glass. Positive youth development is the process through which we help connect young people to and help young people build all the things that we want for them. And it doesn't say positive youth development is the process through which one person fills the glass, because it's about community. Everyone has a role to play. The more adults that are doing it, the more those adults are connecting with each other, the better off we're going to be. But I figured if I left it at positive youth development as the process through which communities fill the glass, you might be a little disappointed. So I wanted to give you a more formal definition of positive youth development as well. This is the federal government's official definition of positive youth development. It comes from the Interagency Working Group on Youth Programs. It's a combination of 30 different agencies in the federal government that serve young people. And I want to start with their mantra up at the top. Positive experiences plus positive relationships plus positive environments equals positive youth development. We talk a lot about people, places, and possibilities. Young people need all three. They need people who care, they need places where they feel safe, and they need opportunities and possibilities to try new things and to grow. And normally I wouldn't read the whole slide to you, but I want to read this definition. So positive youth development is an intentional, pro-social approach that engages youth within their communities, schools, organizations, peer groups, and families in a manner that is productive and constructive, recognizes, utilizes, and enhances youth strengths, and promotes positive outcomes for young people by providing multiple opportunities, fostering positive relationships, and furnishing the support needed to build their skills, sense of mastery, and leadership strengths. Positive youth development programs promote a number of outcomes in youth, including social skills, emotional competence, positive relationships with peers and adults, and civic and school engagement. So I want you to once again, real quick, turn to a neighbor. What words, phrases, concepts jump out at you in this definition? I'm going to give you a minute this time to share with a shoulder partner. What jumps out at you in this definition? All right, I'm going to bring us back together. Minute goes by fast. I'm going to bring us back together. Once again, I'm going to ask you to shout it out. What are some of the words that stood out to you? Some of the things that jump out at you in this definition? Intentional. What else? Couldn't hear that one. Even louder. Positive outcomes. Thank you. Support, peer groups, strengths, pro-social, families, leadership, that youth voice, those opportunities, right? So positive youth development is about focusing on what we want and focusing on strengths, focusing on the positives, focusing on all that young people and their peers and their families bring to the table and all that they have to offer. And positive youth development began to emerge as a field in the late 1990s, and it stood in sharp contrast to the research that had come before, which had a prevailing focus that adolescence was bound to be a time of storm and stress, that adolescents were just going to have a hard time, period. And instead really focused on youth potential and developmental plasticity. The recognition that all adolescents were going to and were capable of growing and thriving. And Steve talked earlier about belonging, well-being, meaning-making, and purpose. And those are all really great components of and examples of what it takes for a young person to thrive. So recently, a group published this report, Thriving, Robust Equity, and Transformative Learning and Development. And they said that thriving is a dynamic process that goes beyond the static state of well-being and also adds in focus on sense of growth, purpose, and forward movement. And they said that what it really takes for young people to get to a point of thriving, it's not just what they said, what the science of learning and development tells us and the science of adolescence tells us, is that all young people have the potential and capacity to thrive if they are given the right supports and conditions. The capacity isn't fixed at birth or in early childhood. It's present well into late adolescence. And it can be sparked in young people who have experienced trauma and neglect, but can be dampened by repeated negative experiences that challenge their confidence and their identity. So in short, there's a dynamic relationship between a young person and their environment that determines their capacity and motivation to thrive. Oftentimes, we lose sight of this bigger goal of thriving because we focus in so much on one outcome. Think about that example of the standardized tests. If we're so focused on one measure of academic achievement, are we thinking about all the things that a young person really needs to be successful in their life? Are we thinking about all of the opportunities that we want them to have? So there's 2 decades of research now that really outlines what positive youth development is all about and the impact that focusing on strengths and what we want can have. But it's important to know that as this work was emerging in the late 90s, it really did a great job of what it was intended to do, of moving the prevention field from a place of just looking at deficits to a place of looking at strengths, but it never got large uptake in the education sector. and it never got large uptake in many of our other systems. And so my partners and I have been on, I was about to say a crusade. That's not the right word. We have been actively talking with the organizations we work with in the education sector about this foundational positive youth development research, helping them understand and know what it is and why it matters. So I want to take you a little bit on the same journey that we've been taking some of these organizations through. And we're going to start with another one of the founders of the Positive Youth Development Movement, Peter Benson. Peter Benson was the founder of an organization called the Search Institute. And the Search Institute is among a cadre of youth development research organizations who offered simple, actionable frameworks that could help parents, practitioners, and policymakers cut through all the recommendations about youth problems and promote youth success. So Peter and his team had been doing research on prevention. And they started to think, this is all fine and good, we're learning a lot, but there has to be more. What about the young people who are doing well? What do they have in common? And what the Search Institute team found was what they eventually coined the 40 developmental assets. The 40 developmental assets is a framework which identifies skills, experiences, relationships, and behaviors that enable young people to develop into successful and contributing adults. Stanford University's William Damon described the uptake and citation of the 40 developmental assets as a real sea change in adolescent development. So the 40 developmental assets are divided into 2 chunks, into 8 categories that you see up here, but into 2 chunks: the internal assets and the external assets. The internal assets include a young person's commitment to learning, positive values, social competence, and positive identity. And the external assets reflect their caring support, empowerment, expectations, and involvement in outside activities. So you can think of the internal assets as what do we want to help young people build and grow. These aren't things that you're just born with, but that we can help young people develop. And the external assets are really the things that a community does to wrap its arms around young people to help support them. And Search intentionally combined both the internal and external assets into a single framework to emphasize the connection between the individual, families, schools, community organizations, and peers, and to emphasize what we saw in that thriving picture of the connection between competencies and context. Their findings helped bring currency to the positive youth development approach and demonstrated the value of this approach for all young people, not just those who are deemed at risk. So I want to go through some of their key findings. Now, I said this work emerged in the late 90s. Search has now, since then, regularly conducted their profiles of student life and behavior survey and continue to add to their research and data on why this works, as well as some additional work that they're doing now. So on average, young people have about 20 of the 40 developmental assets. Most have between 11 and 30. Is that good news or bad news? It's a little of both. It's good news because it's something to build from. But we know that the more assets a young person has, the better. So the graph on your left is the correlation between assets and thriving. The more assets a young person has, this is the number of thriving behaviors that they demonstrate. These are things like succeeding in school, helping others, maintaining good health, resisting danger, overcoming adversity. And the more assets a young person has, the less likely they are to engage in the risky behavior and all those things we don't want them to be doing. So we know the number of assets is a strong predictor of thriving and risky behavior, but we also know that young people don't need every asset to thrive. What we know is the number of assets a young person has is more important than which one. So I want to tell you a story about a middle school in Denver. We were doing some work around positive youth development with a group of middle school teachers, and we were presenting this research. We said, on average, young people have, at the time it was 19.2. That average has gone up. That's good news. We said, on average, young people have 19.2 of the 40 developmental assets. And a teacher raised her hand and said, you don't understand our kids. There's no way our kids have 19 of these 40 assets. Have you guys ever encountered someone with that mindset? Mm-hmm. Yep. And another teacher said, well, wait a minute. They just told us that on average, nationally, it's 20, it's 19. Let's think about this. Let's think about Johnny. And the first teacher said, yeah, think about Johnny. We never see his parents. And the other teacher said, yes, but his abuela is here every day. They said, okay, but he never turns in his homework. Yes, because he's babysitting his kids. So other adult relationships is one of the 40 developmental assets. Responsibility is one of the 40 developmental assets. And the teachers went on and back and forth like this, looking at student after student. And it turned out that their kids did have assets. It just wasn't the assets they had been looking for. Right? It matters more that you have them than which ones it is, and it's not up to us to decide which ones are good or which ones are most important. Another important thing to know about these 40 developmental assets is that the racial and ethnic differences aren't as large as they are for academic achievement. There are differences, and I don't want to minimize that. But white and Asian teens average 21, black teens 20, and Latino teens 18.6. So it's a much smaller margin. Again, if we're really looking, there are strengths in these communities that we can be building from. And the protective benefit of having more assets works the same across groups. It's also important to know that the number of assets declines with age. We see it peak in early middle school and then starts to pretty drastically decline, and then it comes back up a little bit junior and senior year. But there's some developmental work, some wrapping around that the community really needs to do differently in those older grades and ages and stages. So combined, these findings demonstrate the importance of differentiating between the proximate developmental assets that contribute to a thriving orientation and the larger economic and societal factors that create thriving opportunities. Search Institute has found that building strong developmental relationships with young people, which they define as expressing care, providing support, while also challenging growth, expanding possibilities, and sharing power, helps them develop their spark, the thing they're passionate about and good at, and helps them build social capital. So these are all areas of work that Search Institute has continued to research. So your question really becomes, in the work that you're doing, how are you thinking about fostering developmental relationships, helping young people discover their spark, creating those external assets in a community? So I want to keep going really quick through that history. So after Search Institute developed their list of 40 developmental assets, in the early 2000s, the National Research Council, which is now the National Academies of Science, Medicine, and Engineering, decided there was a sufficient evidence base being built in positive youth development to stand up a study commission. So their 2002 report, Community Programs that Promote Youth Development, really galvanized the field. Their summary findings about the domains of assets that support youth development and the characteristics of settings, which we're going to come back to, are still touchstones used by researchers today. So they also have a list of assets, outcomes that we want for young people. Today, you'll find a lot of lists of youth competencies. There's an abundance of them. But what we know is that many of the things on those lists come back to this core list and are still the same. You'll see it in CASEL's list of competencies. You'll see it in organizations' list of outcomes like the National 4-H. And you'll see it in the America Succeeds in their 2022 report that analyzed more than 82 million job descriptions across 22 sectors in terms of what we're looking for young people. In 2015, the University of Chicago Consortium for School Research really added to this work, bringing in their developmental perspective. There's growing recognition that academic skills alone are not enough, so the consortium did a comprehensive review of evidence to figure out what young people need to develop from preschool to young adulthood to be successful in college, work, and life, and to determine the kinds of experiences and relationships that guide the development of these factors. So their infographic is fairly self-explanatory and fairly tiny, It's the theme of my slides. They're all fairly tiny. I'm sorry about that. But their premise was that children learn through developmental experiences that combine action and reflection. That's the yin-yang up in the corner. And that through action and reflection, ideally with a trusted adult, through developmental experiences, young people build 4 foundational components that underlie 3 factors of young adult success. So for young adult success, they talked about the importance of having agency to really make choices about one's life path, about having competencies to adapt to the demands of different contexts, and incorporating different aspects of oneself into integrated identity. And within those, there's foundational components of self-regulation, knowledge and skills, mindsets, and values. And what their graphic really shows us is that this work is developmental and ongoing. That what we're working on with our youngest kiddos isn't going to be the same as what we're working on with our older kiddos, because they're at different ages and stages. Because what they're working on is different. What they found is that whether at home or school or in after-school programs or out in the community, young people are consistently developing. And that broader societal contexts, systems, and institutions shape youth development. But those systems are also what creates disparities. Adults can play a pivotal role and can give young people a better chance at success by understanding and nurturing development. But we have to think about how we're doing this work at all different ages and stages. That was the quick scan through outcomes. I want to go to context. The other thing that the National Research Council report outlined was the features of positive developmental settings. We know that to get to the outcomes that we want for young people, to get to all the things that you all outlined that you want for them, our settings have to be places that help them grow and develop. The NRC added weight to their list of positive developmental settings by outlining descriptors of what it looked like when it was good and when it looked like when it wasn't so good. And they did this in part because they found that while settings can help build and support, they can also do harm. And that organizations that were actively working against some of these developmental features could do harm for young people. More recently, the Science of Learning and Development Alliance has picked up this work in what they call their design principles for whole child. It is redundant. Their design principles for whole child design. We affectionately call it the blue wheel. The blue wheel outlines 5 things that have to be present in every environment for it to be a positive setting for young people. They need positive developmental relationships. They need environments filled with safety and belonging. They need rich learning experiences and knowledge development, development of skills, habits, and mindsets, and integrated support systems. And when we think about the whole ecosystem in which young people exist, it used to be that we would think, well, young people are getting their developmental relationships in after-school programming. So in school, we're able to focus on the knowledge and content development. Not so much. Every setting needs to be attuned to and attentive to all 5 of these areas. We talk about the fact that they don't necessarily have to be in balance. There are different entry points. Some of your organizations might lead with thinking about integrated supports, about those wraparound services, but no area of the blue wheel can be in the red. Nothing can be completely ignored or neglected to have those positive outcomes and experiences that we want for young people. You'll see in the 2 upper corners, there's design principles playbooks for schools and for community-based settings, because how we do this looks different based on where we are and what we do. And I'd be remiss not to mention program quality. When we think about out-of-school time programs, all the settings where young people spend their time, we know that the interaction between youth and adults matters. And what all the research on out-of-school time programs tells us is that to get to the outcomes we want, for young people to be able to transfer their knowledge and skills, the programs have to be of high quality. So what does that mean and what do we do? Take us back again to about the same time as the National Research Council. Michelle Gambone and 2 of her colleagues at Youth Development Strategies, Inc. were really taking a lot of the research, and they found that what it really boiled down to is for young people to be successful, for young adults to be successful, they had to be productive, healthy, and connected. And they looked at 2 extremes, young people who were succeeding and young people who were struggling. And they define succeeding as doing well in 2 areas of life and okay in 1, and struggling as doing poorly in 2 or not well in any. And they looked at a longitudinal data set from multiple places of research and really sought to understand why are some young adults successful and some are struggling. What they found is that on average, 43% of young people were doing well, only 43%, and 22% were really struggling. But they found that you could change those odds by ensuring that there were programs that supported them, adults who supported them, and that we were tending to the proximate developmental outcomes. That we were thinking about how coming out of high school, young people could be productive, connected, and navigating. And when they were, in column B, you can see that when they had those good developmental outcomes in high school, then they were significantly more likely to be doing well as adults. They also found that the supports young people got really mattered. So having developmental relationships, having access to opportunities for meaningful involvement and to be challenged had impact on those developmental outcomes. So they took all their findings and they put it into this community action framework. Really have to work on the size of font on my slides. Friends, I'm sorry. I'm going to walk you through this graphic. So at the end of the arrows is bucket A. Bucket A are those young adult outcomes. And it says to get to those young adult outcomes, we need to understand what do we need young people to be building? What are those proximate assets that we need them to have? And bucket C says we can do a lot to help them grow those things. We can have youth programs, we can have supportive relationships, we can have challenging and engaging learning experiences. But what their framework added in that many hadn't had before was D and E, which I think matter so much to the work that you all do. D talks about creating policies and realigning resources in public and private sectors to support community strategies. It says you can't just expect programs to materialize out of nowhere. You've got to actually work at the local level, at the county level, to build and connect those opportunities and help make them stronger. And it said you have to build stakeholder awareness, knowledge, engagement, and commitment in E. How are we building that public will to focus on these development outcomes? To say that young people are full of possibility and we need to help them get there. So I'd love for you to do another turn and talk and think about these areas of this framework, from A, from adult outcomes, all the way to E and that public will, and really think about where are you focused right now? Maybe where could you be focused? What do you think in terms of your advocacy efforts are the places that you can most connect? Take just a minute or two to turn and talk. Thank you. right, I'm going to bring us back together. This community action framework is really about bringing a community together. And a community can work together to answer questions about what are our basic long-term goals for youth? Are we in agreement and alignment on those? What are the critical markers that tell us young people are on their way to getting there? What do we as a community want to provide to help young people achieve these? What must we change in key settings to provide enough supports? And how do we create the conditions and capacity for communities to make these changes? So this framework is something you can use to galvanize people in this work. And I want to leave you with two last things. I'm going to skip ahead a little bit. We often, when we start to have these conversations, think about false choices. I mentioned earlier that thinking we need to fix before we can build is counter to the science. Coming out of the pandemic, there was lots of conversation about these things on the bottom. We needed to remediate on the foundational skills that young people lost. We needed recovery and support to address trauma. Both of those things were very true. But what we quickly saw happening was that we were doing those things at the expense of helping young people connect to interest-driven opportunities to explore and master content. And we were doing them at the expense of relationship-rich opportunities to build resilience and routine. So as you think about the work that you're doing, try to keep in mind that both and approach rather than the either or. How are we addressing the things that need to be addressed while still building and strengthening? And as you think about building consensus across communities, I want to share, skipping over a bunch of what I had planned to talk about coming out of this survey, but the Populous Education Index started in 2019. And in their most recent survey in 2022, they found that 71% of people support change in education. 21% of those people said they support changing nearly everything. And they outlined the 10 top priorities for education. And these 10 top priorities really indicate that both and approach. So it talks about, number 4, students can demonstrate basic reading, writing, and arithmetic. Further down, it talks about demonstrating understanding of science. But it also says that, number 9, all students should have the option to choose the courses they want based on their interest. Here's what's interesting about this Populous survey. These 10 came up very strongly. There was very strong indication that things needed to change in education. Yet people didn't believe that others held these same opinions they held privately. Right? They were asked to give their private opinion, and they don't think other people hold the same opinion. There's room for us to be building coalition if we can have more open and honest conversation about our beliefs, and if we can ground those conversations in what we want for the young people that we work with. So I'm going to close us out with a little bit of reflection. Just as young people need that action reflection cycle, we as adult learners make meaning through reflection. So I'd love for you to take, I'm going to yield the rest of my time and have someone come up and close us out after you take a couple of minutes to talk with a partner about what are your key takeaways. What are you taking away from our time thus far today? It can be about what I shared, it can be about what Steve shared, but just reflect a little bit on what you've heard so far today and what you're taking away. Thank you.
I wanted to be respectful and make sure that I gave you guys some room to talk amongst each other, but I also know we're right before lunch, and I have a good idea that this conversating amongst the table might go left very quickly. So thank you again to Catherine, and we appreciate you coming to Nashville. Thank you one more time. Okay, so as I just mentioned, I'm sure everyone is getting a little hungry right now. Before we actually break for lunch, I'd like to say a quick thank you to David Ferry and his entire Sodexo team here at Trevecca University. They have been providing breakfast and lunch today for you, so let's give one round of applause for them. And before we actually get up from our seats, I want to just point out that we have 2 buffet lines in the back, each back of the room. They will be open the entire time of the lunch networking portion. I do ask kindly that not everyone immediately get up and go stand in line, because that way it's going to be a long line. We have absolutely no way to be like table, but if you guys are like to just kind of communicate, network with each other just a little bit and get up and go, hopefully we'll kind of space out waiting to eat just a little bit. So thank you guys so much for being here, and enjoy lunch.
What good is melody? What good is music if it ain't possessing something sweet? Now it ain't the melody and it ain't the music. There's something else that makes this tune complete. Yes, it don't mean a thing if it ain't got that swing. Well, don't mean a thing. All you got to do is sing. It makes no difference if it's sweet or hot. Just give that rhythm everything you've got. Yes, don't mean a thing if it ain't got that swing. It don't mean a thing if you ain't got that swing, boy. I said don't mean a thing, and all you got to do is sing like la 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 do 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 do. Now it makes no difference if it's sweet or hot. Just to give that rhythm everything you got. Oh, a thing, boy, if it ain't got a swinger. Take it, chummy. Yes.
Hi.
My baby don't care for shows. My baby don't care for clothes. My baby just cares for me. My baby don't care for cars and races. My baby don't care for high-tone places. Liz Taylor is not a star, and even Lana Turner's smile. Something he can't see. My baby don't care. Who knows? My baby just cares for me. Baby, my baby don't care for shows, and he don't even care for clothes. He cares for me. My baby don't care for cars and races. Baby don't care for. He don't care for high-tone places. Liz Taylor is not his style, and even Liberace smile. Something he can't see is something something he can't see. I wonder what's wrong with baby. Baby just cares for my baby just cares for my baby just cares for me. If I spend all day singing love songs, baby, and if I can't build a house with my hands, if I go see a therapist, don't play football, and I don't drink, does it make me less of a man? What if I ain't scared to show my emotions, and I need a little help from my friends? If I hate being on my own and I ugly cried to Bridget Jones, does it make me less of a man? Tell me, does it make me less of a man? If I need you, does it make me less of a man? If I reach out but my head is underwater and I need a helping hand, does it make me less of a man? Ooh, less of a man. Less of a man. If my girlfriend makes more money than I do, and I love my mama 'cause she's the best, if I've never had a cigarette or a single hair upon my chest, does it make me less of a man? Tell me, does it make me less of a man? If I need you, does it make me less of a man? If I reach out but my head is underwater and I need a helping hand, does it make me less of a man? Ooh, less of a man. Less of a man. Yeah, there's too many men down to be told how they got a man on that. There's too many men down to be told how they're not man enough. I am what I am and there ain't nothing I can't rise above. I'm gonna rise above. No, it don't make me less of a man. If I need you, it don't make me less of a man. If I reach out but my head is underwater and I need a helping hand, it don't make me less of a man. Make me less of a man. Less of a man. Less of a man. It never went away. The feeling's just the same. Every time I see your face, it's never going away. Thought I was a wise lad when your plan got laughs. Thought I was hot, got a deep never going to change. It never went away. Oh.
heaven. I'm in heaven. And my heart beats so that I can hardly speak. And I seem to find the happiness I see when we're out together, dancing cheek to cheek. Yes, heaven. I'm in heaven. And the cares that hung around me through the week seems to vanish like a gambler's lucky streak. When we out together, dancing cheek to cheek. Oh, I'd love to climb to mountain, reach the highest peak, but it doesn't thrill me half as much as dancing cheek to cheek. Oh, I'd love to go out fishing in a river or a creek, but I don't enjoy it half as much as dancing cheek to cheek. Now, mama, dance with me. I want my arms about you, the charms about you will carry me through. Yes, heaven. I'm in heaven. And my heart beats so that I can hardly speak. And I seem to find the happiness I seek when we out together, dancing cheek to cheek. Take it, Ella, swing it.
Heaven, I'm in heaven, and my heart beats so that I can hardly speak, and I seem to find the happiness I seek when we're out together, dancing cheek to cheek. Heaven, I'm in heaven, and the cares that hung around me through the week seem to vanish like a gambler's lucky streak when we're out together, dancing cheek to cheek. Oh, I'd love to climb a mountain and to reach the highest peak, but it doesn't thrill me half as much as dancing cheek to cheek. Oh, I love to go out fishing in a river or a creek, but I don't enjoy it half as much as dancing cheek to cheek. Come on and dance with me. I want my arm about you. The charm about you will carry me through to heaven. I'm in heaven, and my heart beats so that I can hardly speak, and I seem to find the happiness I seek when we're out together, dancing cheek to cheek.
Yes,
dance with me. I want my arms about you. The charm about you will carry me through to heaven. happiness I see. When we're all together, dancing cheek to cheek, cheek to cheek, cheek to cheek, cheek to cheek.
Something's got a hold on me lately, though I don't know myself anymore. Feels like the walls are all closing in, and the devil's knocking at my door. Whoa, out of my mind, how many times did I tell you I'm no good at being alone? Yeah, it's taking a toll on me, trying my best to keep from tearing the skin off my bones. Don't you know I lose control when you're not next to me? I'm falling apart right in front of you. Can't you see? I lose control when you're not next to me. Yeah, you're breaking my heart, baby. You make a mess of me. Problematic. Problem is I want your body like I feel like a bad habit. Bad habits hard to break when I'm with you. Yeah, I know I could do it on my own, but I want that real full moon black magic, and it takes two. Problematic. Problem is when I'm with you, I'm an addict, and I need some relief. My skin ain't your teeth, can't see the forest through the trees. Got me down on my knees, darling, please. Oh, I lose control when you're not next to me. I'm falling apart right in front of you. Can't you see? I lose control when you're not next to me. Yeah, you're breaking my heart, baby. You make a mess of me. I lose control when you're not here with me. I'm falling apart right in front of you. Can't you see? I lose control when you're not here with me. Yeah, you're breaking my heart, baby. You make a
Ladies and gentlemen, if you can please begin to make your way back to your seats, continue to eat, of course, take your plates with you, but we will be reconvening in just a couple of moments.
The devil's on his way. 13 months old baby. Broke the looking glass. 7 years of love. The things in your past. You believe in things that you don't understand. And you're Baby, baby, I want to see you every morning when I wake up beside you. Seems I've got to have a chance to see you. Every night I have the strangest dream. Imprisoned by the way I could have been. Left you on my own arm, so it seems I've got to leave before I start to scream. 'Cause someone locked the door and took the key. Feeling alright. I'm not feeling too good myself, no. Yes, I'm feeling alright. I'm not feeling that good myself, no. Boy, you shot at me for one back ride. And even now I sit and I wonder why. That when I think of you, I stop myself to cry. I just can't waste my time. I must get tired. Gotta stop believing in boy lies. 'Cause there's too much to do before I die. Hey, feeling alright. I'm not feeling too good myself. Oh no, feeling alright. I'm not feeling too good, that'll go.
All right, good afternoon, good afternoon. Could we give the ones who prepared the food and served, could we give them a hand? All right. I know the sun's not shining outside, but somebody turned the spotlights up, so I can hardly see you. I want to take, again, my name is Rob Filio. I'm the chair of the commission. I want to take a couple of minutes before we invite some of our State Department commissioners to come up and say a word to us. I want to take just a couple of minutes of privilege and recognize some folks who spent years serving on the commission, the Tennessee Commission on Children and Youth, and who fulfilled their terms that the governor appointed them to. And we have 6 that have served for some, most of them multiple terms, and have rolled off. Patrina Jones-Jess, Trey Jones, Kelly Drummond, Glenda Terry. Those 4 have rolled off and live far from Nashville, most of them, and couldn't be here with us today. But we've got 2 that are here, and I want to invite them up now so I can recognize them publicly and give them something that we will get to the others. Rob Mortensen, give him a hand, please. And Stephen Neely.
This is Rob's.
It's fancy. That is very fancy. It's fancy, man. Somebody's probably taking a picture of us right now.
All I was told was just to get a picture and get it back.
No, you can have it. You want to say something? You want to say something? No. All right. Okay. All right, I'm going to introduce our first speaker to get us started, and then they'll each come up one after one, introduce themselves, and give us a brief update of their department's priorities and work. Please help me welcome just a grand Southern gentleman that I've enjoyed getting to know, Dr. Ralph Alvaretto, the Commissioner of the Tennessee Department of Health.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. I've got the lights here, but I can see the timer so I don't go too long. I've been known to talk a while sometimes, so I've told them not to be embarrassed to give me the hook if they have to. So thank you all for being here. Thank you to Richard also, our director here, and thanks to the TCCY staff, to all the assembled leaders who are really dedicating your lives and careers to our shared work, which is to improve the lives of children and families in Tennessee. So thank you to all of you for all that you do. I am Dr. Ralph Alvarado. I know when you see that last name, I think people still trying to get used to it. They think of avocado and desperado and different things, but Alvarado is how you pronounce it, and I'm proud to serve as your Commissioner of Health here for the state of Tennessee. I stand before you as a practicing physician. I do internal medicine and pediatrics. I'm also a recovering politician. I served in the state Senate in Kentucky for about 8 years. Son of immigrants, proud husband, father of 2 great kids also who are now adults, and I often talk a little bit about Nelson Mandela, who famously said that there can be no keener revelation of a society's soul than the way in which it treats its children. And for the 1.5 million kids who call Tennessee home, your service, your generosity, your wisdom, your kind words can make all the difference. And I've been in this role now for a little bit over a year, about 13 months. Spent that time visiting every single county in the state, every local health department in this great state, gone to all of our regional offices, and I've been lucky enough to visit with many of you during these travels to learn more about how TCCY and your partners are doing the good work of giving every Tennessee child the foundation for a vibrant and healthy life. Let's start off first with a few things that I try to talk to our own department a lot about is our health rankings. And some people often will argue that the health rankings are inaccurate, they don't show really what it reflects for the state. But however you look at it, the news reports it, people read it, so people believe it a lot of times. And as we know, sometimes perception becomes reality. And right now we rank 44th. And there's a lot of things that we're proud of in Tennessee. We're proud of a lot of our rankings when it comes to either the economy. I know a lot of our legislators talk about where our prowess is on taxation. People are moving to Tennessee in droves. We're proud of our sports. We were just talking a little bit about SEC sports over here, about our rankings when it comes to football, basketball, baseball. A lot of pride in the state on those things. But we're bottom 10, kind of recurrently, year after year in our health. And so I've charged our department really in what we can do to help improve those rankings. So we have to acknowledge that we struggle in that, and we have to get better. We know what we have to do really to improve things for Tennessee families, but it won't do much good for me to stand up here and rattle off a lot of problems. So by showing up and being a part of this event, you have identified yourself as part of the solution. And by continuing to deepen our partnerships and collaborations across agencies, organizations, and service lines through events like this, you are committing to a path forward that includes meeting people where they're at and building the Tennessee that each child deserves. Now, when you go back home, I want to encourage you to reach out to your local health departments. A lot of folks don't even know they've never set foot in a health department. They don't know what we do. They think it's all COVID vaccines and nothing else, and we do so much more than that. But folks can receive everything from WIC to dental services, to vaccines, to family planning services, including through telehealth, as well as access to things like naloxone and fentanyl test strips. You can even register to vote, get birth certificates, and all that sort of stuff as well. So additionally, I learned yesterday that all of our health departments in Southeast Tennessee have a certified car seat tech at each location. So we can even help you to make sure that your car seats are safe and secure. And we have staff in every community in Tennessee and are well-placed to be a partner to your organization and the families that you serve. So we were going to go over a few priorities of what we're doing in the department. So some things that we're doing regarding the children and families. Let's just go ahead and address one of the elephants in the room and talk about childhood vaccines. One of the metrics we watch annually is the number of counties who achieve 95% coverage for recommended childhood vaccinations. And in the 2019-2020 school year, we had 72 out of our 95 counties achieve that level of coverage. Since then, that number has plummeted. And in the 2022-2023 school year, just 26 counties now hit their benchmark for childhood vaccine coverage. What does that mean? If you get that, why is that 95% kind of a magic number? That's really what we look at for herd immunity, and you've all heard about that. Kind of if you have 95% coverage, the odds of spontaneous infections go way down and people are protected. We're starting to see a lowering. If you're watching any national news, you're seeing some states that are having outbreaks of things like measles. So we have the highest vaccine hesitancy ever in human history. For some of you who may be probably older than me, you probably can remember times when polio was still a rampant disease. And when those vaccines came out, families lined up for blocks and long distances to get those vaccines when they had the opportunity. But we're seeing people, again, with a lot of stories about vaccine concerns that they have with it. So how do we reach a lot of those folks? That's always the discussion. Some people are dismissive, which is the wrong approach of it. But I've argued that we need to talk, how do we talk about immunizations without mentioning immunizations? And the only way I know now, with these numbers coming down, is to start talking about the very diseases that we're trying to prevent. To let people know what measles looks like and what it can do to your child. To let them know what mumps can do, what rubella can do, what diphtheria, something that most of us have heard of. We don't know what it is. It's kind of a really nasty infection. Forms this real thick, I know you're just eating lunch, but this real thick gray membrane over your airway, like having a piece of saran wrap over your mouth and saying breathe through that. And watching children choke to death in that effect is what it often does. So if you start to show that, what rabies does and what that looks like if you have that infection, it might get people's minds to say, I don't want that for my family or for my child. Hey, we have a prevention available if you're willing to take it. And one of the great achievements in human history is the vaccine-driven eradication of something like smallpox, which we've all known of, and it's an infection we don't see anymore. But we can and we must really build back trust with our communities to increase trust in critical childhood immunizations. The second thing I'd like to encourage you to do is to consider how you address relational health in your practices and programs. How do your patient and client interactions foster the safe, stable, nurturing relationships that children and adults need to thrive? And as many of you know and often preach, healthy, lasting relationships are one of the best tools we have to build resilience to early adversity and to promote good health outcomes across the lifespan. However, in the last 30 years alone, we have seen a collapse in the number of close friendships in our country. In 1990, as reported by the Survey Center on American Life, roughly 3% of Americans claimed they had no close friends. But by 2020, that number of individuals with no close friendships has quadrupled to 12%. Over the same time period, the number of Americans reporting more than 6 close friendships was cut in half, from roughly 50% in 1990 to just 25% claiming 6 or more close friends as of 2020. A lot of concerns. I know our Surgeon General talks about this epidemic of isolation that we have in all adults and even in older adults. And I know a lot of that is, I put my cell phone down, but if you look at your cell phone, that alone is what people are often interacting with and not with each other. You got to find a way to get around that. Most of you probably have Netflix in here, I would imagine, right? See a line? Yeah, somebody's whooping over here. They like Netflix. I would encourage, if you have Netflix, to go home tonight or whenever you go back home and to write this down and look at something called Blue Zones. Some of you may have known about them. I see some nodding heads here, but Blue Zones is really important, I think, and an idea of what we can do. And Blue Zones was really established originally by National Geographic as an attempt to find the fountain of youth. And they charged a guy named Dan Buettner and his family who had bicycled around the entire world over a 3-year span of time to try to find that. And what they found was not the fountain of youth, but locations in the world where people routinely live to 100 years of age and older at 10 times the normal rate. And what they found was there were 5 things that those folks have. One of them is natural exercise, natural movement. They do things just in their everyday life that they don't consider exercise, but keeps them healthy and keeps them moving around. It might be gardening, it might be climbing up an incline to get to your house. They also found they had a pretty good diet. I mean, a lot of them ate normal foods that they ate every day that were high in antioxidants. And I tell people in Tennessee, if I could put antioxidants into biscuits and gravy, we'd be set. But unfortunately, we don't. But a lot of those folks grow up with foods that have high antioxidants and a lot of plant-based proteins. All of them had a faith in something more than of themselves. So they had faith and religion in their life. All of them had a purpose every morning they would get up to do something and keep themselves active as they got older. And they all had a sense of community, often friendships that had lasted decades, and they had hung out with people. There was a story recently of a group of older gentlemen in Florida, 6 guys who were all veterans who had grown up together and had gone to the military together, who had challenged each other to live to 100 years of age. I think one of them died from a motorcycle accident, from other things, but they've all kept themselves accountable to exercise, eat right, and do those things, and they meet every day. And again, the power of friendships and the power of relationships, we can't look past that as how important that is for health moving forward. A few quick observations also before I take a question or two, if we have time for that. Syphilis screening, another important thing that we haven't heard the term syphilis in a long time. Back in the 60s, we had a pretty high peak. It's come way down since then, and we're starting to see that rise very, very quickly in our state and really around the country. A lot of folks that are getting these infections, they don't know that they have it. It can often be silent, but children, when they have those infections or born with those, can have not show any signs until much later with neurosyphilis and other bad findings. And also a lot of kids are born stillborn when they have this as well. Really important for us, we require checks for moms during the first trimester when they come in for their first evaluation for pregnancy, but we have no requirements after that unless they're at high risk. I would encourage, if you know physicians, OBs, if any of you represent hospitals or other kinds of clinics, if someone comes in with any kind of a complaint of any type, to go ahead and run a test. If they're coming in for their 3rd trimester, go ahead and run the test and check, because if mom is positive, and a lot of those moms were negative in their first check and then are positive after the delivery. Now you've got 2 people to treat. It makes it much more difficult, and it's easier when mom and baby are together, where we can give IV penicillin, which is the normal treatment for that. There's also a national shortage on it. So I would encourage you to pay attention if you see news articles on those issues. Another thing is Juul. When you hear Juul, I'm not talking about a diamond ring or anything along those lines. Obviously vaping, that's become a major epidemic for a lot of our youth and our kids. Where cigarettes are down, which is great. We've seen a reduction in combustible tobacco. There's also non-combustible tobacco, which is where a lot of the tobacco industries have been investing their money. But they're also investing their money, obviously, in vaping and investing it now in marijuana and trying to push a lot of that because they're seeing movements on that nationally to get folks on those products as well. Vaping is kind of flat, maybe decreasing a little, but we have a lot of work to do. And most of you, if you work with kids, you often know that they're trying this at the 3rd and 4th grade. We've got to do better in that regard. There was a recent settlement that's in the Attorney General's office for $13 million. He's giving us some of those funds to do in addition to our normal tobacco funds that we have for cessation that we can use for vaping to help reduce that in youth. And we're also giving proposals for the rest of that money to be able to come to the department, hopefully, where we can kind of assist in working in that front. Another thing that some of you may have noticed is our child mortality report recently came out as well. And it's from 2021 data. People often wonder why it takes so long. It's just trying to make sure that we verify the data, that it's not identifiable, we can go back, but it's from 2021. Right now, what we've detected from this is that more than half of our deaths are preventable when it comes to kids. For kids under the age of 1, prematurity and birth defects was the leading cause, and in kids over the age of 1, for external leading causes were firearms, so firearm-related deaths. Again, we have a lot of work to do. Our trend is coming down when it comes to infant mortality. We're starting to approach the national numbers, which is a good sign. But again, we're still above where national numbers are, and so we still have a lot of work to do in that space, but we're doing better in that regard. The other thing that was interesting in those findings also was sleep-related deaths were on the rise again in Tennessee. And that affects our African-American community almost 3 to 5 times higher than it does other communities. And so a lot of work that we're doing now on promoting safe sleep habits and things for babies to make sure that moms and parents are aware. And then also TCAPES, which the purpose of TCAPES, some of you have heard that, is to provide pediatric psychiatry consultation services, care coordination, and continuing education for Tennessee primary care providers who are caring for kids and youth with mental health needs. Having been a pediatrician who was trained kind of in the 90s and early 2000s, we didn't get a lot of training back then when it came to mental health issues for kids. We often just refer them to psychiatrists. But now we have very few psychiatrists and mental health professionals who are available. So we're trying to provide this service through Vanderbilt University, who can provide help for a lot of our primary care providers when they need help. Now, you're going to hear from several commissioners today, and I want to thank all of them. I mean, particularly Commissioner Quinn, Commissioner Williams, Commissioner Turner, Commissioner Carter also, so many others for their model of partnership, support, and collaboration with which they lead their respective agencies. And I hope you'll recognize them for their critical programs that serve families, but also improve public health outcomes. And it's often amazing, I tell my own department, how much we can get done when it really doesn't matter who gets the credit. Even within state government, things are often siloed, and there's a lot of pride of ownership of programs. And people are worried about people taking an idea. I say, I don't care who does it. Health touches everybody. So if they improve what they're doing, our health needle will move from 44th, hopefully, to something that's much better. And finally, our department also recently reset our 4-year strategic plan and updated our values. And those values are trust, service, excellence, and compassion. And to me, those values mean that for every single person in this room, again, your success is our success. Through our collaboration, relationship building, and shared expertise, we can and will continue to make a lasting impact for children and families across Tennessee. And for any Spanish speakers in here, a few, yeah, muy bien. Vamos a hablar también un poquito en español también. Para mis amigos que no sirven en la comunidad, que no hablan inglés, también les quiero decir que también les agradezco su trabajo que también hacen con la comunidad latina también. Ustedes, su trabajo es muy apreciado y ustedes también son parte de un esfuerzo más grande para hacer Tennessee un estado fuerte. Y también lo que también merece cada niño en este estado también. Así que tengo mucho orgullo en trabajar con ustedes y también me gusta ver cómo vamos para el futuro. For those of you who don't speak Spanish, I may have just cussed you all out, you don't know, but part of my background, I have a passion for the Latin community as well. With that, if there's any time, I'm happy to take any questions. I want to thank all of you for all the work that you do, and we look forward to our partnership moving forward. Thank you all. You have time? All right. I think I'm out.
Good afternoon. I am Lori Paisley, Assistant Commissioner of the Division of Coordinated School Health, and I have attended this great event in previous years, but I'm so excited to be back today to speak on behalf of our Commissioner, Commissioner Lizette Reynolds. Our state has made tremendous investments and strides in K-12 education over the past several years, demonstrating our commitment to the children of our state and to improving their academic outcomes. While our focus is on traditional academic courses, we work extensively to ensure that we are also providing a safe and supportive learning environment for students, as well as preparing them for life beyond the classroom, though we would note that our community partners, many of whom are in this room, do amazing work with students in these areas. Our role in education is to focus on educational outcomes like improving reading and math skills, and to prepare these students for their future endeavors. This all starts with ensuring students have a healthy and safe environment in which to learn and grow academically. I heard this morning the speaker ask what you would want for young people, and while I was moved, I was not surprised to hear the first was safety. We know school safety is of utmost importance, and a major priority is to protect our students and ensure that they are physically safe. Tennessee has made major investments to make this happen. This includes our statewide School Resource Officer program to work with local law enforcement agencies to place school resource officers, SROs, in each K-12 public school. Governor Lee and the Tennessee General Assembly have made an additional investment of more than $230 million to strengthen safety at public and private schools across the state. We are focused on ensuring all Tennessee students have the best educational opportunities possible to prepare them for life beyond the classroom in whatever pathway they choose. The state has worked extensively to get and keep students on track for whatever future endeavors that they choose. And I would like to highlight a couple of those key areas for you all today. The first is early literacy and learning acceleration. Governor Lee and the General Assembly called a special legislative session during the pandemic to address the state's literacy crisis and learning loss due to the pandemic. Through the Tennessee Literacy Success Act, we set the state's literacy framework and included several key components: foundational literacy skills instruction for K through 3 students, use of high-quality instructional materials aligned to Tennessee standards, universal reading screener administered throughout the year, providing home literacy reports to parents, and providing training to teachers. This also led to the department launching the statewide campaign, Reading 360, to provide resources for all those that help children learn to read. These investments have already led to gains in early literacy rates. In 2023, 40% of third grade students demonstrated proficiency in English language arts, the largest single-year increase and the highest third grade English language arts proficiency rates since 2017. Additionally, the Tennessee Learning Loss Remediation and Student Acceleration Act established permanent funding for summer learning camps and the Tennessee All-Core tutoring program. Each summer, free summer programming opportunities are available for rising kindergartners through rising ninth graders focused on English language arts and math. We also have 87 districts participating in our statewide tutoring program, which is a high-dosage, low-ratio tutoring program for students in grades 1 through 8 who need extra support in math and English language arts. There is also online tutoring available for high school students. And over the 2021-22 and 2022-23 school years, 96,800 students have received tutoring through district grants, and an additional 4,783 have received tutoring through community partner grants. In total, the program aims to serve over 200,000 students by the end of this school year. The next key area I want to highlight is citizenship. Tennessee state law provides for the ability for schools to incorporate citizen curriculum into their courses. As an example, some schools focus on the Congressional Medal of Honor Character Development Program. The Governor's Civic Seal Initiative is another great example, which recognizes schools and districts that prioritize teaching our nation's history and civic values. Along with this program, Governor Lee allocated $500,000 to support public schools and districts in implementing high-quality civics education programs to support students in readiness for college, career, and civic life. This initiative focuses on experiences and opportunities to help students build relationships and learn about the importance of public service. When it comes to K through 12 education, Tennessee is not only dedicated to the health and safety of our students, but also to important educational outcomes that lead to future personal and professional success. Our state's leaders have embraced this idea and have helped to provide so many resources necessary to help us achieve this goal. And of course, our dedicated educators and school professionals work tirelessly to ensure that our students have a safe and healthy environment, that they are not only being taught the core subjects, but the importance of being a lifelong learner with skills that help them transcend beyond the classroom. Thank you so much for having me here today.
Good afternoon. That's so-so. I mean, it is after lunch. It's not an enviable position to speak right after lunch. Thank you for the opportunity to be with you today. I have the privilege of being the Commissioner of Children's Services. I'm Margie Quinn for Governor Bill Lee, now entering my second year as the Commissioner, and I think I figured out where the buck stops. I want to share a few thoughts from another political leader in our country who said the spirit that built our state was bold. It was a spirit of confidence and courage that together we can do anything. That is how we look at the opportunities and the challenges we face at DCS every single day. If we are successful, we learn from our past and build for the future. Challenges that may have existed now become opportunities to turn the page and look ahead. At the Department of Children's Services, we are building for today and for tomorrow, not making patchwork changes to an outdated system of care for children and youth in our state. We are laying the groundwork for a better, brighter future at the agency and for those we serve, Tennessee's most vulnerable children. Our guiding principle is to modernize the state's approach to care for the needs of kids today, tomorrow, and the days after. In our December report on the Comptroller's findings, we referenced 5 key focus areas that are guideposts for our new strategic plan. Improve placement and permanency experiences for children, and drive a people-first culture. Enhanced prevention strategies through focused resources, efforts, and relationships. Revolutionize technology to achieve our financial, operational, and informational objectives. And align processes that increase efficiency and effectiveness. Now, let me share several of our accomplishments in 2023. Some may seem very inside baseball, but believe me, they make a difference in shaping the path, the expectations, and the achievements. Case manager vacancies have been reduced 57%, down from 620 to 268 from when I started September 1st, 2022. And a new class of 69 will start on March 11th. I think that's the lowest we've been in probably 7 or 8 years. The turnover rate for first-year case manager years for the calendar year 2023 came in at 23%, which was below the goal we set for ourselves at 30%. Caseloads for all first-year case managers were capped at 10. Over 3,900 cases were closed due to the new special response team, second shift teams, and DCS surge events in our hardest hit regions. And 1,500 foster homes were reviewed and approved in 2023, as well as 830 new foster parents that were approved. Tennessee's child welfare system and facilities were built for the needs of kids decades ago. A new real estate plan approved by the State Building Commission and included in Governor Lee's budget this year will move DCS from looking back to being positioned well into the future, about 50 years into the future. Governor Lee's budget this year includes $233 million in the Department of General Services budget and earmarked for DCS to complete the funding for construction for a new Wilder
and a new Woodland Hills facility. These new facilities will add critical new capacity to the bed shortage and redesign an outdated system of care for our juvenile justice youth. Our approach addresses the increase in acuity of children's care needs. Modern leading practice facilities employ a more focused, rehabilitative approach, bringing technology into clinical services. What should you expect? Reduced wait times for children and access to services that are individualized and based on needs. We are moving towards a front door approach, where DCS caseworker is on a team that coordinates supervised family visitations and behavioral, clinical, and educational services. Recruiting and retaining retaining great employees demands that people-first culture that I was just talking about. Promoting wellness and a work-life balance for all employees ensures that staff know they are seen and heard. Investments in training and skills building for our employees, as well as opportunity for healing and building resiliency, results in staff handling really difficult day-to-day challenges. There's progress being made in modernizing one of the state's largest departments, identifying greater efficiencies so staff has more time for service delivery with children and families. The future of our state will be determined more than anything else by the character of our children. Tennessee's Department of Children's Services is the one opportunity we have to make a difference in the life of a child. When we succeed, children succeed. This is not a time to be passive, to dwell in the past, to say that this is not easy work. It is not. It is a time to be aggressive and champion the best practices for all of Tennessee's children and families. We cannot do this alone. All of us together will transform the present and the future in a child's life. What is the path ahead? Healthier and safer childhoods, life skill development, successful reintegration of children and youth into our communities, and fulfilling our vision of children first. So I ask for you to join us in this journey, because the paths we travel now will shape our state tomorrow. Thank you. So I have a few minutes, and I would love to take a couple of questions. You can clap at the end. We've made a lot of progress. We're going to take a ton of momentum into 2024. We have a lot of progress left to make. There's a lot of work left to be done. We're going to do it with all of our partners out here in the audience, but we've got about 7 minutes, and I'd love to take a couple of questions if anybody has any questions. Don't be shy. Yes, ma'am.
I have a microphone.
Commissioner, thank you for your heart for the work for our children. I'm Angela Webster, CEO of Aim High Tennessee. What is your vision for our babies and young children and their need for relationships in their placements?
So can you be more specific? Are you talking about babies that are being removed, babies that are staying in families? Are you talking about,
I'm
say,
talking
baby
about
courts?
babies in their placements. One of the most critical components for healthy development is having safe, stable relationships, and our entire focus is relationships. So I'm just curious about your own personal vision. It's huge, it's a huge job, but I wonder about your personal vision for babies and their relationships with grown-ups who love them.
So when I came into this position, I said that one of my number one priorities was 0 to 5 prevention. And I think I was like really plain and clear about that. I said it in my first budget hearing, 0 to 5 prevention. So I think, attachment regulation, we want to do a lot of 0 to 5 prevention. I think that's why you've seen us invest over and over again in the Safe Baby Courts. I think the Safe Baby Courts data is unbelievable. I believe really strongly in, 97% of the babies that are coming through Safe Baby Courts are not returning to custody. I mean, that stat alone tells us that babies who are born drug exposed that are coming through, say, baby courts, are remaining in with family, and those parents are remaining clean and sober, and this is coming from somebody that was an undercover drug agent for 9 years with a TBI. So, drugs I know, unfortunately. So, 0 to 5 prevention, I think we need to continue to invest in that. Once a kid gets to 8 or 9 and has experienced significant trauma in a birth family, you're just doing the cleanup work at that point, and you're trying to mitigate trauma that's already occurred. We need to stop it before it occurs, and that's the 0 to 5 prevention part. We need to invest heavily in the 0 to 5, and if we can keep kids in family, 0 to 5, or if you have a family that struggles, we've got a bill, an administration bill that's moving that will improve the relative caregiver program, and that is instead of the funds kicking in at the final custody order, the funds are kicking in at the initial custody order. Look, when you need money, it's not 2 years in. It's like when the baby's coming to you or when the 6-year-old is coming to you. I mean, if you're taking 3 of your cousin's kids are expensive. So we're making improvements to the relative caregiver program because if you've got a parent that's struggling, at least we want to keep kids out of custody and with family. So the next best thing is to keep kids with relatives with kin. And so improvements, as we continue to improve the relative care, and we're chipping away this year, I'd love to see it improve again next year and the year after that. So it's 50% of the foster care board rate. I'd love to see that improve again. And we're going to continue to try to chip away and ask for continued improvements. But I think that's going to sail through. So I think that's where my firm belief is. 0 to 5 prevention, keeping kids with relatives when they can't stay with family, continued investment in the safe baby courts. I've just rejoined the State Fatality Review Board and Safe Sleep, which I was on when I was with TBI, and so I'm looking forward to digging in there and seeing what we can do with regards to working in communities to re-energize some of those initiatives to improve that data that we're seeing with regards to babies. And I hope that answers your question. One more, we've got 2 minutes. Anybody else? Yes, ma'am.
Hello, thank you. Thank you for calling out the relative caregiver program. A lot of this table right here is representative of the relative caregiver program for West Tennessee.
Yeah.
Something that I have noticed, and I'm sure my fellow advocates could say as well, when these families are receiving their stipend money, the other government subsidies that they receive are decreasing.
Yeah.
So this may be a one-on-one conversation we can have later, but the big picture idea is how do we ensure that these families are still receiving the benefits that they need and they deserve, as well as still receiving the stipend which they need and they deserve for raising these children. That's kind of a big brain question though.
Right, so the short answer to that is unless they are approved foster parents, and they can go through the foster care approval process, and unless it is a foster care payment, that is the only payment that's considered non-income, and that is a federal regulation. So what we need to do is contact Marsha Blackburn and Senator Haggerty and we need to lobby them in order to get that changed on the federal tax regulations, because relative care should not be considered income. So we need to, all y'all, that's Southern for all you guys. All y'all, we all need to get together with Senator Blackburn and Senator Haggerty and say, we need relative care to not be considered income, because we need babies and kids to stay in families and not come into custody. Custody increases trauma, decreases safety nets. We know that 1 in 7 foster kids is trafficked in our nation. Trafficking is a whole nother presentation we can do at some other time. But custodial situations bring about a whole nother host of issues. But that's the long and short of it, is it's going to be considered income because of the federal regulations. So that's something we need to get changed at the federal level, and we can do that by talking to Senator Blackburn and Senator Haggerty. Cool? All right, thank you guys so much. Hello. Hello. Do you guys need a stretch break? You want to move a little bit? I won't be offended. It's fine if you want to. Hi, everyone. I'm Jude White, and I'm the Assistant Commissioner for Child Care and Community Services at the Department of Human Services. So I am here representing our Commissioner, Clarence Carter. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about services we provide at the Department for Children and Families. First, I really need to take a moment of gratitude and remembrance for Phil Acord, who of course attended this event for years and years and years. He was the director of the Chambliss Child Care Center in Chattanooga for over 50 years. He was a voice for child care innovation at the local, state, and national level, and a great colleague to many of us. He passed away last week, and so I could not be here with you all and not acknowledge that loss, particularly for his family and his wife and his son and his Chambliss family in the Chattanooga area. So help me just send some warm thoughts to all of them and honor Phil here for just a minute. Thank you. Thank you for that. So our Department of Human Services does administer the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program and the Temporary Assistance for Needy Families, Families First programs. Those are not in my division, so I will not be talking with you about those today. But I am going to talk about the Summer Food Service Program and Child Care Services. So the Summer Food Service Program exists to provide nutritious meals to children while school is not in session. And there has been some recent change in the federal regulations governing that program, so that in some cases in rural communities, they can serve grab-and-go meals versus requiring children to physically stay on site while they eat the food. So that is a big change in terms of access for these meals. So very excited that we're able to do that type of programming here in Tennessee. So the Summer Food Service Program operates through a network of sponsors. Sponsors can be schools, local governments, camps, faith-based and nonprofit organizations can be sponsors. They can support one or multiple sites. Where can we have sites? We can have sites at libraries, schools, camps, migrant centers. Let me see what some of the other great ideas they have. Parks, food, farmers markets. So any of those places where children and families would regularly be coming has the option to be a site for the Summer Food Service Program. So what I hope all of you will do is think about where there are low-income communities where you have relationships, see if you know churches, schools, local governments that would like to partner to make food accessible to those children, and encourage them to contact us.
So this is precisely the time when we are ramping up for the summer of 2024. Our applications opened March 1st. We encourage everyone to get their applications in by May 1st, so we have time to get them reviewed, so these services can be available as schools start closing for the summer throughout May. So June 15 is the absolute last deadline when folks can get that in, because as we know, most of our kids are already out of school by then. So please encourage, again, your partners, your network, and your community to apply and be part of that program. And you can find out more on our website. All right, so let's talk about childcare services. So several items of news in the area of childcare services. First, we have redesigned our quality rating improvement system. We began this journey actually in 2018. We engaged providers, we brought in a national consultant, we looked at other states, and we looked at resources like the Early Learning Development Standards and Child Care Resource and Referral to come up with a new design. Our prior quality rating system, the STAR system, had been in place for about 20 years. It was time for a refresh. So we were grateful to engage providers in helping us understand the impact on their operations and their goals for continuous improvement. We completed a full staff reorganization. We disbanded the team that had been doing individual assessments each year. We folded them into our child care licensing team. They're now called licensing consultants. We developed a new monitoring tool that incorporates both health and safety items and teacher-child interactions. We built a new technology system to support this work and using that tool. And so we have continued to conduct focus groups along the way, even over the last couple months, engaging providers. And what we've heard from them is, yes, there are areas where we can get better, which we always want to improve, but also that overall providers are very pleased with this shift. It really does a better job of capturing how they're doing their work on a regular basis. Our staff goes out 4 times a year to look at these items in health and safety and teacher-child interactions. Every time they're out, a score is generated, and then that score is averaged to give an annual score, which is out of 100, which is a scoring approach that many of us are familiar with, even with things like restaurant scores. So we did a soft launch in the summer of 2022 and had a full year of sort of practice, both for the providers and for our staff to learn this, because it is a very different approach. And then as of October 2023, we're in our full implementation year, our first full year of implementation. So the first scores will come out in October of 2024, once we've had that full year to get those 4 visits and complete those scores. And it's also important to know that we have resources available to help agencies if they get that sort of not met in a particular area of the tool. We have enhancement grants. We have lots of coaching and support through Child Care Resource and Referral. So our goal aligns with yours, which is we want to help children access child care environments that are safe, healthy, and educationally rich. That's what we want to work towards. That's where we put our energy. So that's our quality rating improvement system. Also, we've heard some different rankings and different things, so I am excited to tell you that we are #1 on a good ranking related to child care. So, #1 in what? Let me hear you say it. #1 in what? So, we are #1 in the strength of our child care licensing rules in promoting healthy weight practices. So that's obesity prevention. So this is where, yes, someone studies this and they do a report every year. You can probably find a report about just about anything you want to learn about. And so it's out of the University of Colorado, College of Nursing. They look at every state's child care licensing rules. They measure them for certain types of regulation, and then they generate this report. And so Tennessee first reached its #1 ranking in the strength of its healthy weight practices. Back in 2018, we did some significant rules revisions, and definitely in partnership with the Department of Health and other partners in state government and providers. And so we first reached that #1 ranking in 2018, and I still remember this line from the report. It said, catapulting up from our ranking of 39th. So that was a big jump. And then over the last few years, as other states have revised their rules, maybe they've moved up, we've moved a couple spots. But based upon the rules revisions that we did in 2022, we are again, Tennessee, #1 in the strength of our child care licensing rules to support obesity prevention and healthy weight practices. And if you think about, well, how does child care impact that? Well, it's things like the rules around mealtime, the types of foods that can be served, the rules around physical activity, those factors that even at that very early age can impact the trajectory for a child's healthy weight. So, excited to be #1. So the last topic I'm going to talk about is growing child care capacity. If you know about our child care services at DHS, we have the Child Care Payment Assistance Program, where we provide subsidies for low-income families to help them pay for child care. Yes, we've done multiple rate increases over the last few years, including most recently in October of 2023. But the main area I'm going to talk with you about today is the work we do in licensing child care across the state and growing the volume of child care capacity. So we have now a pre-licensure unit, and that unit started when we did our whole staff reorg to support the QRIS. We also created a pre-licensure unit back in August of 2021. Their whole purpose is to engage communities, engage organizations, engage individuals who are interested in providing childcare. They'll meet with employers, they'll meet with chambers of commerce, they'll meet with churches, anyone who's interested in creating licensed childcare space. So they get to understand the needs of the community. They do things like provide orientation, help them understand the licensing process. They connect them with things called small business academies, so those agencies can really, yes, when you're providing childcare, you are providing very important support and care for these children, but you're also running a business. So it's important to have some basic understanding, at least, of human resources and marketing and accounting. So our pre-licensure unit helps those people access those supports. And takes them all the way through the process of getting that license issued. And so since that pre-licensure unit began in August of 2021, we have licensed over 17,000 new child care slots across the state. So, yay, thank you. Yes. We know there continues to be need, but this is an important way for us to be a part of generating this additional capacity. They reached an important milestone recently where they have interest in every one of Tennessee's 95 counties that they are, where they have people that they're working with. They also are sort of the gatekeeper to what we call establishment grants, and that's $1,000 per slot of new licensed capacity up to $100,000, and those are funds that once someone who wants to open a child care agency has reached a certain spot in the licensing process, then they can access these grant funds, which can be used for things like furniture, equipment, supplies. We have these great pictures of even these small family child care providers, family home providers that have just these adorable, furniture or books or whatever it may be, so that they can open a space that really is high quality, but also taking on less debt, because we know childcare is a very low to no profit margin business. So we want to help them be able to open their doors with less debt. So I'm very proud of the work that our pre-licensure team has done and is continuing to do. We were able to add staff to that team last year, which is fantastic, because we want to keep up with the interest. Also in the area of growing child care capacity, last summer we opened an opportunity for community child care hubs. Organizations could apply for grant support in that area. These are, it's a pilot to explore if you could centralize the back office support, those types of things, the HR, the marketing, the accounting. If you could centralize that and support sort of spokes off of that hub, would that help create more child care capacity with less administrative burden on the individual care locations? So we have 3 programs across the state that were awarded those grants. actually the Chambliss Center in Chattanooga, St. Mary's Villa in Middle Tennessee, and Porterleith in West Tennessee. They are just getting started here in 2024, but we're very eager to see what additional capacity they can create and how that capacity is sustainable. Also, in the last legislative session, state dollars were approved for the Child Care Improvement Fund. These are specific state dollars that can go to nonprofit organizations to support expanding child care capacity. It can go to help with gaps in their staffing. So this is new for us, but in January we were able to announce the opportunity for staff retention grants for those nonprofit organizations that are child care providers. This is modeled after some of what we were able to do with some of the federal COVID recovery money, and so we've had a great response. It's money to help retain staff in these nonprofit child care agencies. So we are reviewing those applications to confirm that they meet the criteria, and then we'll move forward with issuing those staff retention grants. And then our newest opportunity, which was just announced February 1, and I am very excited about, is called New Care Partnerships. It's also a grant opportunity funded through the Child Care Improvement Fund. New stands for Nonprofit and Employer Workforce Care Partnerships. So these grants are really to incentivize employer-sponsored child care. So we have some models across the state where employers have said, I need something to help me attract and retain a quality workforce. When they surveyed their staff, childcare was at the top of the list. And so we have multiple examples of employers who are choosing to invest in these innovative strategies to support their workforce. And so we wanted another opportunity to invest and incentivize those types of partnerships. So through these New Care Partnership grant opportunities, a provider, a nonprofit organization can apply, but they have to tell us in their application who is the private employer that they're partnering with, how did they engage the needs of the employee workforce, and then how is the employer going to invest in the long-term sustainability of this child care agency. So this can look a lot of different ways, which is something we really like because it can create an opportunity for innovation. So it could be new construction, it could be renovating, maybe there's a building of that employer that's not fully utilized that they could renovate into a child care space. Maybe the employer just wants to provide money towards operations and kind of reserve slots for their staff at an existing agency. So it can look a lot of different ways. We're very excited to see what ideas come to us from the local communities. And there is such tremendous value if you think about that employer-sponsored child care relationship. It means great tool for that employer to attract and retain their workforce. It is also a great way to more closely align supply and demand, so you can design childcare that meets the structure of that employer's workday. Maybe they have second, third shift, maybe they start at 5 a.m., but it creates that opportunity to really more closely align supply and demand. And then also it can be a more sustainable source of revenue for that provider so they can stay open. So very excited that we've been able to announce that opportunity and look forward to seeing the applications we get so we can review and really fund those projects that seem to have the greatest opportunity for success. So it continues to be a very exciting time in the child care space. We have been focused on transformation and appreciate all the many of you in this room who have been a part of this transformation journey for continuing to bring your passion and your creativity and your persistence in helping us move child care forward. So thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Y'all have had lunch. It's raining outside. It's always a blessing and an incredible honor to be here with my colleagues from Department of Human Services, colleagues from Department of Health, Commissioner, so excited about you being here from Kentucky and our state. You're doing great work. And of course, everyone else. We had DCS Commissioner up here speaking. As y'all know, if you've been here before, I'm going to start with a song. That's what I always do. So I've hooked this song up with what y'all are focused on today, right? Being the change. Now, I'm hoping that the technology in here will allow me to do this, so if you will just bear with me. And as I'm getting it prepared, why don't you stand up right now from your seat? And let's see if you can recognize this song. Let's see if this song will play. Keep on standing up. See if we can get this to play. Here we go. Hold on, y'all. Now you're going to have some fun with this song. Da, 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 da. Y'all know this song? All right, sing along if you know it.
If I could reach the stars, pour one down for you, shining on my heart, so you could see the truth. And this love I have inside is everything it seems. But for now I find it's only in my
dreams. Now here's the, if
I could change the world, I would be the sunlight in the universe. You would think my love was really something good. Baby, if I could change
the world. Yeah, okay. Changing the world related to mental health and what we're doing in this state around mental health with kids, right? Every one of you have dealt with kids struggling with mental health and substance use issues. There's no doubt in my mind that you have. I want to thank Richard Kennedy. I do not know where he is right now, but him and his staff are actually creating such a place for us to come in and talk about the importance of the issues that are facing the kids across our state today. And I'm so grateful for each of you for staying in the fight, being the change, because you truly are that person that can shine a light and bring down a star for a kid that doesn't even know that that possibility or opportunity exists. I'm grateful today because we have our new Assistant Commissioner of Children and Youth Services, Beth Goodner, and if you don't mind standing, Beth, she's been with y'all today. She has been with you guys today, and she is being incredible in her leadership role around our efforts. And then I would ask if any of our other staff, Carrie, Kayla, anyone else, here, there y'all are. Stand up, guys, all of our staff that work in Children and Youth Services. Grateful for you guys and what you do. So I'm going to quickly get through some important things for you to know. Under Governor Lee's administration and the legislature's leadership, we have seen increases in kid and youth services around behavioral health unlike any other time. We're talking 50% increases. I'm going to go over the key points, and if you're interested in finding out about what I go over, go to our website. Matthew Perriott is the best director of communications, I'd say, in the world. Let's just go along with that song, If I Could Change the World. Matthew Perriott could change the world if we could clone him. You go on our website and you will easily be able to see anything that I'm talking about. Just Google Google Tennessee Department of Mental Health and Substance Abuse Services. So, first program, school-based behavioral health liaisons. How many of you have heard of that program? Raise your hand. Telling you, best thing we could ever do in this state. Why? Why? Because if we're committed to school resource officers in every school, right, that looks at physical safety, why would we not invest in behavioral health safety, right? Behavioral health, so that we can prevent and intervene. I am so grateful for the governor because he absolutely supports this program, and the legislature has continued to add money. In FY21, we got $3.14 million for the program. In FY22, adding $4 million, 23, $8 million. In FY24, we're asking for another $6 million. We have been able to go from like 6 or 7 liaisons that have been hired by many of you in the audience that are providers, community behavioral health providers. We have gone from like 6 or 7 to 274 funded liaisons in this state. Now, we've got a lot more to go. We got about 1,500 more to go, but we're phasing it in because we know that there's a workforce issue, and I'm going to be talking about that in a minute too, because the governor and the legislature have done great work on that. The second thing that has been added and expanded, kids crisis stabilization units. How many of you have heard of the Crisis Stabilization Unit in Knoxville, Tennessee? It's there in the East Tennessee kids. Yes. It is going gangbusters. We've got Helen Ross McNabb, if any of y'all are here from there. Y'all are doing a fantastic job in that unit, so much so that the governor saw the outcomes and the legislature, and they said, you know what, we're going to fund 2 more. So we've got one in East, we're going to have one here in Nashville that's going to open, and one in Memphis that's going to open. That is phenomenal, phenomenal. The next program is the Kids Behavioral Health Safety Net. How many of you are aware of that and know what it does? Raise your hand. All right. For those of you that don't, I want you to really pay attention and go on our website. If you have a child in your school that is uninsured, and people say, well, you know, we can't do anything, this child doesn't have insurance, we don't know if we can get them insurance, this is your program. We have 5% of the kids across the state that do not have insurance. 5%. The governor and the legislature put aside money so that our provider network could actually serve these kids through the behavioral health safety net. And it provides everything from intervention, assessment, mental health medication if it's needed, therapy, group therapy, transportation, the whole gambit. Please look at that program and please refer. It is the easiest application you'll ever see. I'm a social worker by training. I helped create that application. It's one page. And we don't even, yeah. I love that, yeah. How many of you have applied for something that was only one page? Talk to me about that. Raise your hand. Yeah, it's one page because what we did as a department is we realized that when you're dealing with crisis, you don't need to be wasting your time trying to find information that does not matter. So it's one page. Our providers are funded to do the services. I think Alicia, did I see you out there? Hey, Alicia from TAMHO. One page, providers do the services, and then we come in and monitor on the back end when that child's stable, right? In addition to that program, you've got the family program, the adult safety net, that also, same thing, one page, come in and audit and monitor on the back end. I also want to talk about the services around substance use. We've got Mary Linden in the audience today who represents TATUS and all of our substance abuse providers. They are there. I was at a huge event yesterday in Chattanooga talking to Paul Fushkar. He is tickled pink. He's expanding his adolescent residential program for kids that are struggling with abuse, also looking at IOP. I mean, guys, we know that our kids are struggling. Please go to our website because we've got phenomenal providers and we really are increasing services across this state. The next one is the Tennessee Resiliency Project. that we have funded multiple projects in concert with educators and behavioral health providers across the state. The Tennessee Suicide Prevention Network, unbelievable work. How many of you all have heard of 988? And I bet, did Commissioner Alvarado speak? Yes, sir. Okay. 988. 988, press 0. You don't have to wait for those prompts. 988, press 0. We are grateful for our mobile crisis teams and our providers across the state that answered those phone lines. Grateful for Tatis, who answers the red line. Please, if you need help, it's 24/7. We are fortunate that we can fund you guys to answer these lines 24/7 every day of the week. So when you get upset and you want to complain because somebody might have taken a little time, I'd like to ask you, how would you feel if you were in Alaska? They don't have 24/7, 365. Or how would you feel if you were in parts of the Southeast that doesn't have 24/7, 365? We do. And I'm really, really grateful for that. And then finally, we've got for the Mental Health Trust Fund that's specific to kids, $250 million that the governor has set aside in perpetuity for this trust fund. And we just got permission from the trust fund council to allow us to spend some dollars. They're allowing the interest on that. We're not getting to spend the principal. We just get to spend from the interest, but we're already moving forward, announcing and asking for proposals for that. And then finally, something that impacts all of us, not just specific to kids, but again, in this last special session, we were grateful that the legislature allowed scholarship initiatives. And so Tatis and Tamho are doing the work to make sure that we can get people that want to get a graduate degree. So if you're out there and you want a graduate degree and you're willing to commit, if that graduate degree takes 2 years and you're willing to commit to that provider that says, I'll work with you, we've got money for that now. We've got $15,000 per year, up to 2 years. Think about that, y'all. $15,000 per year, up to 2 years, in return for services contracted with our department. And then finally, I've got 2 minutes. I'm doing good. Finally, wanted to tell you guys that we saw a recent poll that came out. Don't know how many of y'all saw that, but in so many things, we sometimes lose heart. You know, you're thinking, man, there's nothing, seems like it's moving forward, and I'm seeing all this need and need and need and need. Tennessee just got ranked #1 in the country for access to care for youth. Access to care for youth, #1. And it is a study, an analysis that looked at multiple areas, and what I was proud of, they looked at the safety net. So many of these programs that are doing data stuff don't even look at the safety net and the kids that get covered from that, or any of the other uninsured services. So this one did, and I'm just grateful to serve, and I hope y'all have a blessed rest of your day, and that you get to be the change, be the one, get that star, and just really have a great rest of your day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Williams. And as always, thank you for bringing a bit of music to Children's Advocacy Days. That has become a part of our program that we also look forward to enjoying. So thank you so much, Commissioner Williams, and thank you to all of the representatives and the commissioners of the state serving departments. It's truly, we can't do the impactful work that we do without each and every single one of you guys, so thank you so much for taking the time to be here this afternoon. Thank you so much. This is going to be a we're going to do another networking break. You guys can get up, stretch a little bit, get some drinks, use the bathroom. We are going to reconvene at 3 o'clock. Enjoy your time. One more quick quick note. One more quick note, you guys. If you're heading out into the lobby and you're taking pictures with our photography booth, if you already have pictures or you would like to share them, can you please do hashtag CAD 2024? That's hashtag CAD 2024. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. The song we just finished playing for you was written by my daughter in memory of a cousin of hers. She left in South Africa 6 years ago. His name is Untlanhla, and she calls the song Untlanhla.
just might have a problem that you'll understand. We all need somebody to lean on. Lean on me when you're not strong, and I'll be your friend. I'll help you carry on, for it won't be long till I'm gonna need somebody to lean on. You just call on me, brother, when you need a hand. We all need somebody to lean on. I just might have a problem that you'll understand. We all need somebody to lean on. If there is a load you have to bear that you can't carry, I'm right up the road. I'll share your load if you just call me. Call me if you need a friend. Call me, if you need a friend. If you ever need a friend, call me. Call me. Call me. Call me. Call me. Call me. If you need a friend, call me. Call me. Call me. Call me. Call me. Call me. Call me.
Exactly how you hear it is exactly how it all went down. It was later in the evening that the facts and the figures got turned around. True, there was a woman, yes, she did advance my way. And I can't be sure exactly, but I swear I saw her say my name. It was the right time, she was the real thing. I had to walk away. See, don't wanna be stitched up, out of my mind, feeling strung out, lagging behind, all trapped in, can't do a thing because I'm locked down. Stitched up, feeling the burn, all strung out, I finally learned that. Trapped in, can't do a thing because I'm locked down. I wonder where she came from, I wonder where she's gotta go. Who's to say she's single? Who's to say she's on her own? Girls like that don't sleep alone. Alright, here's the thing. That girl is flawless, and I know I'm not the first one to think that. Since I'm not the first, I sure won't be the last. I spent my whole life looking behind my back, I just don't think I'm up to that. Stitched up, out of my mind, feeling strung out, lagging behind, all trapped in, can't do a thing because I'm locked down. Stitched up, feeling the burn, all strung out, I finally learned that. Trapped in, you can't do a thing because you're locked down. I'm locked down. Stitched up, feeling the burn off. Strung out, I finally learned that. Trapped in, you can't do a thing because you're locked down. Locked down. Stitch me up, string me out. Trap me in, lock me down. Stitch me up, string me out. Trap me in, lock me down. I don't wanna be. Stitch me up, string me out. Trap me in, lock me down. Stitch me up, string me out because I'm down and down and down. fancy education, but I can see right through a powdered face on a painted fool. Let me slip through. Why you tryna hold me back? I'm just tryna move up front, little more this, little less of that. Can you feel me? Let me come through. I'm tired of being in the back. I'm just tryna move up front, little more this, little less of that, yeah. They tell me I was born to lose, but I made a good thing out of bad news. Don't worry about people in my face. I hit them with the style and grace, and watch the ankles break. Whoa, whoa. I know you wish I would fade away, but I got more to say.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have 5 minutes left. 5 minutes left of our networking break.
Why you tryna hold me back? I'm just tryna move up front, little more this, little less of that. Can you feel me? Let me come through. I'm tired of being in the back. I'm just tryna move up front, little more this, little less of that, yeah. They tell me I was born to lose, but I made a good thing out of bad news. All day, all night. All right. All day, all night. All right. Oh, why? All day, all night. Oh, why? All right. Oh, why? All day, all night. Oh, why? They tell me I was born to lose, but I made a good thing out of bad
Well, welcome back, everyone. Certainly hope that you are enjoying the planned networking breaks that we have built into the agenda. It makes me really happy to hear all of the chatter and the laughter across this room, because I know you guys are plotting big things and connecting with, coordinating with each other in ways that I can't even imagine. So before I ask our next speaker to come up, I really want to take the opportunity to present a couple of more awards. So all of the awards that we present here at Children's Advocacy Days are incredibly important for a variety of reasons, and all of our team have different awards that are their favorite to present. But this award truly is one of my most favorite to be able to present. In June in 2018, and on occasion of her retirement, the 21 members of the Tennessee Commission on Children and Youth voted to create the Linda O'Neill Lifetime Achievement Award, perpetually honoring her 30 years service as Executive Director of the Commission on Children and Youth. She was and continues to be a mentor for me, a role model, a friend, and a person who taught me everything that I know about children's issues and children's advocacy. Linda typically joins us here at Children's Advocacy Days to present this award. However, this year, she and her husband are on a cruise ship somewhere near Indonesia, so I'm sure you understand why she can't be with us. This award is presented every year to an outstanding Tennessean who has dedicated their life to improving outcomes for the state's children, youth, and families. This year's recipient, like the award's namesake, is an inspiration to all who know her, and she is truly a force to be reckoned with. She is a lifelong advocate with a proven track record. She has a passion for justice and an unsurpassed understanding of public policy, and has channeled both into a lifetime of advocacy for people with disabilities. She is the founding director of the Tennessee Disability Coalition, and as the executive director since 1990, she leads the coalition's efforts to improve policy and opportunities for individuals with disabilities and their families. She regularly serves on state boards and commissions that affect people with disabilities, especially those that promote access to health care, long-term supports and services, and economic self-sufficiency. She has helped establish a number of disability advocacy programs and agencies in Tennessee and serves on a number of nonprofit boards. So I'm delighted to present this award this year. Carol, I have lied to you. Donna has lied to you. Everyone around you has lied to you to get you here. So all of you, Carol thinks that she's about to make a presentation. She's not. So join me in congratulating Carol Westlake on this year's recipient of the Linda O'Neill Lifetime Achievement Award. I'm sorry I had to lie, but it was so worth it.
False pretenses. That's all I've got to say. Yeah, and I've got a whole little talk that's going to be great. No, I'm stunned. I'm speechless, which for me is really, really different. It's an honor to get an award that's named for Linda. I'm going to cry because Linda O'Neill, many of you have known her, I'm sure, before her retirement and hopefully after. Amazing woman, an amazing mentor to many of us. Me, Richard, I know you, and probably many of you in this room. A really hard one to walk in her footsteps, actually. But she has also been just an amazing partner over the years as we work on behalf of children and youth with and without disabilities, frankly. And no better person to understand the state budget, by the way. So when you're doing policy work, when you're doing advocacy, you got to understand the money, and Linda always did. So again, thank you so much, and what a shock and surprise. And I see one of my staff people, and I'll hurt you later. And my husband. I went running home and took off my jeans, at least. They said, quick, you got to go do this. So anyway, thank you so much. I am really, really honored.
Yeah, just know it's not attached, obviously.
We've got a couple of more awards to present.
And I've got a box that you can wrap that.
Congratulations, Carol. There is no more worthy recipient for this award this year. All right. So on to some other awards that are equally my favorite awards to give, our Youth Excellence Awards. So the objective of the Tennessee Commission on Children and Youth through the Youth Excellence Award is to recognize and honor a young adult or young adults who have made great strides in his or her life from past involvement with the juvenile justice system. This person will have overcome great obstacles and is currently making positive contributions to society. This award is modeled on the Coalition for Juvenile Justice Spirit of Youth Award. We are very pleased this year to have identified not one, but 4 recipients of the Youth Excellence Award. And these are 4 amazing, highly deserved individuals. The first award will be presented to Ruby Mae Butler. Her nominator for a Youth Excellence Award summarizes her well. She said, Ruby has transformed abandonment into connection, neglect into service, and addiction into healing and support for herself, her child, her siblings, many of whom were also adopted, and her community. Ruby engaged in the Department of Children's Services extension of foster care services and independent living resources and facilitated her adult adoption with her foster family upon completion of those resources. Ruby continues to contribute her time, energy, and compassion to her church and our community through support of elementary school sports, church mission projects, and general volunteerism. Please join me in congratulating Ruby Mae Butler on one of the recipients of this year's Youth Excellence Award.
Just thank you for everybody that has helped me get to where I am today.
Great. Thank you.
And you can set it on there if you want to. Thank you, Blackwell. Carry that.
All right. All right. Okay, we're gonna keep being flexible. All righty. The next recipient of a Youth Excellence Award is Logan Thomas. Logan was nominated by Morgan Tate from Power of Putnam, and he is also here with his grandmother. So Morgan, Logan, and Grandmom, if you would make your way to the stage. And also maybe a girlfriend and a couple of other friends, so bring anyone you want. So Logan Thomas experienced adversity during his teen years, including interaction with the youth justice system, foster care placement, and behaviors that put him at risk. Through community service with Power of Putnam and with the support of his foster family, Logan used his experience to work with and educate other youth on turning adversity into positive experiences. Logan uses support from his foster-turned-adoptive family, his faith family, and his relationships to continue to move past those earlier life adversities. Morgan Tate of Power of Putnam nominated Logan, sharing, "I have watched firsthand how Logan changes lives. Although he is still in high school, he is so influential. Peer-to-peer education is the best way to reach youth, and he gives back to the community that helped him whenever he can." Congratulations, Logan, on being a 2024 Youth Excellence Award.
All right, so Logan actually asked me to speak on his behalf, and I'll just give a little bit more background. especially when I look in the room full of professionals and advocates sitting here. This is my why, youth like Logan. He's the exact reason that we do this stuff. Getting to work with him and see the change, the positive change in his life, makes me really see the belief in the work that we do, because just a few people can change the trajectory of a youth's life by pouring into him. It's not anything special that we did other than support him and let him find his passions, and then let him have the ability and platform to do incredible things within our community. He speaks to the same intervention classes that he attended, and it's like the floor drops when he's in there, because peers see another peer that looks exactly like them, experiencing the same struggles that he experienced as well too. And that's the best way to be able to make an impact. So I just have a million things that I could ramble on about, but I'm gonna keep it sweet and short. This is one of the most inspiring youth and people that I've ever met, and I'm glad to call him an equal and also call him a friend when we work in projects together. So thank you guys so much.
I get very nervous speaking in front of people too. We're strategizing. All right. So we are expecting another goodness gracious, another young person to join us in person, and we think they are en route, but another young person is not going to. Oh, hey, Cam. All right. Well, hey, we do. Let me figure out what I'm doing here. All right. Hey, Cam, is Rokisha here? She's what? Okay. Guys, hang tight for just a second. How do the bees sound again? Okay, all right. And so how about this? What I don't know is how many of you guys are from West Tennessee? Well, our West Tennessee folks stand up. Stand up, West Tennessee people. So let's hear some West Tennessee buzzing. All right, all right. How about our Middle Tennessee folks? Stand up, Middle Tennessee folks. I love it. Any Middle Tennessee buzzing happening there? All right, I love it. How about we go over to East Tennessee? East Tennessee folks? I love it, I love it. Good deal. And I don't know if we should or not, but any Northeast, tippy-top Northeast Tennessee people? All right, all right. Leave it to Hope to represent Northeast Tennessee. So, congratulations. Okay, so Rokisha is here, we think? Rokisha is not here, but we're going to go ahead and go. All right, all right. Right. I am so glad that Cam is here. So, Cam, if you want to go ahead and start making your way up. We have had the great privilege of knowing Cam for quite a while at the commission, and I'll tell you how in just a second. But the next recipient of the Youth Excellence Award is Cameron Carver. Cameron will share that he was headed down the wrong path and found himself in the Juvenile Detention Center. During his time in the detention center, he shifted his focus to take advantage of the programs offered to him, including joining Cafe Momentum when he participated in a pop-up dinner and was introduced to the culinary arts. That event later created an employment opportunity for him with a local high-end restaurant, where he now serves as a supervisor and manages other chefs twice his age. He also now sits on the board of directors of Cafe Momentum Nashville and is helping them to develop intentional workforce development programming for local justice-involved youth. And why he's so important to us is that he serves as a youth member here at the Tennessee Commission on Children and Youth. Rokisha Bryan of Cafe Momentum stated, Cameron has used his life experience and voice to be a change agent on a local and national level. At 20 years old, Cameron's contributions and impacts on this community have just begun. Congratulations, Cam, and we'll let you make any comments.
I just really want to thank everybody for being here. That's the main thing. Anybody in this room, I could tell that y'all care. You know, we're trying to create change in the world, and I feel like that's the main objective. And we can do that together as a community, working together. So I just appreciate all y'all's being here, you know, and keep it going, you know, keep the conversation going. Let's keep trying to create change in this world. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
So I didn't tell you Cam's restaurant, so if you're curious about his restaurant, I'll let you ask him, but it is well worth a trip. It's some good food. So we will go ahead and do the announcement of the next Youth Excellence Award winner in hope that the nominator will be able to be here, but will hopefully keep us on track, and we will pass off the award if she does not. Our final recipient of the 2024 Youth Excellence Award is Brandon Washington. Brandon entered foster care at 15 years of age and experienced many transitions and traumatic events during this time. He used this experience to help advocate for other youth in foster care, and since exiting, has been involved with the Department of Children's Services Extension of Foster Care and the Young Adult Advisory Council, advocating for policy change to improve outcomes for others. He recently ran for a seat on the Memphis City Council, and although in his first campaign he didn't win, he continues to push for better things for his community. Brandon is a sophomore at Rhodes College, majoring in Russian studies and international studies. Ginger Harris, who is amazing, of the Department of Children's Services Independent Living Office shared, Brandon is a trailblazer for creating positive changes for youth and young adults in foster care, and I'm excited to see the great work he will continue to do in this world. Congratulations, Brandon, and we will be sure to get this award to Ginger and to him. Thank you all. Good with hanging out? All right, so why don't you stand up while we're waiting on Ginger? Stand up, stand up. All right. I get really tired of sitting, and so I know you guys do. So I want you to take your right hand and stretch up as high as you can, and then I want you to point towards the ground with your other finger. All right, now I want you to switch. All right. I want you to bend over and touch your knees. Okay, and then I want you to put your hands all the way up again. All right, I want you to see someone you don't know and high five them. High five someone you don't know. All right. I want you to see someone else you don't know and shake their hands. All right. And now I want you to sit down and simmer down. All right.
I just made it.
So it is my privilege and honor to introduce you guys to the amazing Ginger Harris with the Department of Children's Services Independent Living, who nominated Brandon, and certainly say any comments that you would like to make.
We are so proud of Brandon, and we just appreciate TCCY for choosing him. He could not be here today, but we are so proud, and we know he's going to continue to do great work in the community. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard, and congratulations to both Carol and all of our youth recipients today. Today may be coming to a close very soon, but we still have a few presentations that we really want you guys to see. Our next presenters represent some of the biggest organizations across Tennessee, working to make an impact in the lives of children and youth. You'll hear from each one for about 10 minutes this afternoon, and while they'll each come up and introduce themselves, I'm happy to kick it off by introducing Catherine Bell and Amy Jenkins with Aim High TN. Please give them a warm welcome.
Hello, everyone. We are not Keena Friday Gilbert, as it says on your agenda, but my name is Catherine Bell. I'm the Director of Consultation and Practice here at Aim High Tennessee.
And I'm Amy Jenkins. I'm the Director of Learning and Development at Aim High Tennessee.
So we're going to give you a brief overview of infant mental health in Tennessee. Tennessee has experienced a true infant mental health movement. 15 years ago, the landscape of infant mental health services looked completely different in our state. As you heard this morning, in 2010, a group of professionals began meeting. This group called themselves the Tennessee Infant and Early Childhood Mental Health Initiative. Their focus was aimed at considering what could be done to support mental health prior to kindergarten. By 2016, the initiative was awarded funding for a state infant mental health association. This was the birth of Aim High Tennessee. And since 2017, Aim High Tennessee has seen unprecedented growth. A nonprofit mission gives an organization a framework for decision-making and a pathway forward. Aim High exists to support professionals through training, resources, and advocacy to foster early relational health of infants, young children, and their families. We take care of the professionals who take care of the babies. I'm going to offer 3 key ideas pertaining to infant mental health. First, in thinking about a definition of infant mental health, we need to expand what we think of when we say infant. In the infant mental health field, we address children from birth through age 5. And this is based on developmental, attachment, and emotional needs within this cohort of ages. The second key idea involves an understanding of what we mean by infant mental health. In short, we're talking about early relational health. In infant mental health, we seek to foster the early relational and emotional well-being of infants and young children. The third key idea reminds us that whenever we think about any child and family, we must hold in mind where the child lives, their environment, and the cultural background of the family. And next, I want to give you 3 key ideas or key areas of service within the infant mental health support. So promotion are the universal supports for all children and families, the things that every kiddo in our state need for optimal development. Prevention looks at some of the children and families who need a little bit more support to promote their optimal development. And finally, treatment is really aimed at supporting some of the kids in Tennessee who may have additional developmental needs or those who have already experienced adversity or trauma. Infant mental health treatment includes additional family-centered therapeutic services to get children back on track.
But the infant mental health movement doesn't belong to Aim High Tennessee. The infant mental health movement includes incredible partner organizations, service providers, and invested stakeholders who want to ensure that infant mental health support is available to professionals who care for young children and their families. Aim High Tennessee is the hub for that. In Tennessee, our professionals need this hub. As a statewide agency, Aim High Tennessee serves across over 18 child-focused professional sectors, has over 1,600 endorsed professionals, making us the second highest number of endorsed professionals in the world, not just the country. And we provide reflective supervision to over 260 professionals every month. But there are over 400,000 children under the age of 5 in Tennessee. If we believe that every child has a right to nurturing relationships and strong foundations, then there is still a lot of work that needs to be done to impact every single child. Every day, the professionals in the field experience the complexities that serving children can entail. We often hear questions or reflections around things such as, I don't have the knowledge or the experience to deal with this. Am I doing everything I can to support this family? Or I don't know if I can continue to do this work. I am proud to say Aim High Tennessee is dedicated to supporting those who support our most vulnerable littles in Tennessee. With that in mind, we know children in Tennessee need us just as much. Just a few of the numerous risk factors that could lead to social and emotional difficulties in children include 1 in 4 women reporting poor mental health. 1 in 4. That is not acceptable. 43% of children living in poverty. 13% of families reporting not feeling resilient enough to face or overcome daily challenges. And 12 out of 1,000 children living or will experience maltreatment. These are sad numbers. 0 to 3 has identified 5 common policies that are proven to have positive impact on families. These include paid family leave, paid sick leave to include caring for children, TANF, or temporary assistance for needy families, state earned income credit, state child tax credit. However, Tennessee is only implementing currently TANF. We need to do better for our children and our families. So how does Aim High Tennessee help? We are always evaluating our programs to ensure we have the resources and supports needed to meet the needs of our professionals so they can meet the needs of the children and families that they serve. This slide shows you an overview of the core programs and services that we provide that include things such as endorsement, trainings, reflective supervision, community engagement, infant and early childhood mental health warm line, emergency preparedness, inclusion, belonging, and the list goes on. I could actually stand up here for quite some time and talk about every one of these programs, but I don't think Jonathan wants to share his time with me, so I will tell you, you can go to our website and check out all of these trainings at aimhightn.org. Lastly, we want to highlight a new project we have in partnership with the Tennessee Department of Children's Services called Supporting Training and Reflection for Early Childhood Systems, or STARS. It is tailored for child welfare and safe baby court professionals and for foster families. It is for the purpose to support increase in recognition of infant and early childhood mental health needs of young children in foster care. It is to support the increase in placement stability, and it is to promote an increase in reflective capacity of the professional, which directly correlates with a decrease in the vicarious trauma, stress, and burnout that they experience. You have a handout in your CAD packet that talks more about this project that we are doing, and I hope you check that out. You can also communicate directly with those at our booth over here, or scan this QR code for more information. Thank you.
Hello, check. Hello, test. You guys hear me? How's everybody doing? Anybody still awake? I know my crew over here is awake because it's like, there we go. because they can't feel their fingers because it's so cold, right? That's the trick. So I hope you all are doing well. Good afternoon. My name is Jonathan Schoonover. I serve as the Senior Vice President of Strategic Practice for Tennesseans for Quality Early Education. I also serve as the Director for the Bright Start Tennessee Network. And I'm here today to talk to you a little bit about kind of something that has been a theme throughout the day. We got kicked off earlier this morning with our first keynote speaker talking about collective impact. I talked to him right afterwards, and the thing that I don't think he realized is that we have collective impact here in our community, in our state, and we're going to talk a little bit about what that looks like. So Tennesseans for Quality Early Education as a whole, we are a group of we're essentially a nonpartisan coalition for Tennessee's youngest learners. We're focused on that birth through age 8 space, and we're really focused on kind of two things. We're trying to promote statewide policy and practices that benefit children from birth all the way through age 8 so that they can get the high quality care and education that they need. We know that in our state that we're kind of at this crisis point with reading and math proficiency at 3rd grade. And so while there's like 40% of our students at 3rd grade level are performing proficiently in reading and math, we know that this is kind of a universal problem, but it's also a targeted problem. There's concerns within specific subgroups where there's opportunity gaps and achievement gaps that we see across the board. These are the ELA numbers. The math numbers are the same. And so when we look at this, we want to make sure that we're really focused on what we can do to provide children the success that they need by age 8 or by 3rd grade, because there's so much that is kind of dependent on that from there. We know also from the science, and this is an economist that's telling us this, teachers and educators and social workers have said this for years and years, but finally an economist says it, and we can believe it, is that the earlier we invest in children, the higher the return on investment. This does not mean that a 5th grader, a 6th grader, a high schooler, when we're pouring into those kiddos, that it's a waste of time or effort or anything like that. We just know that it takes more investment and it takes more work to kind of catch them up at that point. So the earlier we can invest in children, the better off our return on investment is, and the less that we have to play catch up later on. So that's what this curve tells us. So my question for you is this. I was given a theme. I'm all about a theme. What can bees teach us? What can we learn from the world of bees? I want you to take a trip with me. We're going to go back to my childhood. For some of you, this is going to date me, and for some of you, you're like, oh yeah, I remember this. 1989, you're sitting at your desk in your classroom. There's a substitute teacher in school that day, and they wheel in the cart. The AV cart, right? Are you with me? Some of you guys are like, I don't even know what you're talking about. They find the plug, they pull the thing out of the cart, they go in here, they fire up the VCR, right? VHS, you with me? Okay. That's the mind frame you need to be in. Now, here we go. Let's press play on this thing and see if it works like a VHS. We're about 50% of the time those work, right? Let's see what we got here.
Honeybees have some fascinating abilities, among them being able to communicate by performing a unique dance. It informs hive mates where a newly discovered food source is located. Every cycle of this waggle dance roughly describes the shape of the figure 8. Let's rewind and look in more detail. The bee only waggles on a part of its route, the straight run, indicated here by the waved line. The secret lies in the direction of the straight run, or to be more precise, in the angle between the straight run and the perpendicular, which in this case is 90 degrees to the left. This tells the other bees that food is available 90 degrees to the left of the sun. If the angle is 60 degrees to the right, they'll be flying 60 degrees to the right of the sun.
So this is fascinating. The voice that he uses is nowhere near the energy he should have. This is groundbreaking. You're telling me that a forager bee goes out, it finds its nectar from some sort of plant somewhere, and then it comes back and it can communicate with the rest of these bees where it is? It gets even better. Not only are they showing you directionally where things are going, hey, this is where the plant is, the length of time that they do the waggle, I'll spare you all from my version of this, The length of the time that they do the waggle shows how far away the plant is. Every second's worth is about 750 meters. It gets even better. Every 4 minutes, the Earth is in a different place related to where the sun is, right? Because it's rotating. There's a degree that changes every 4 minutes. The bees calculate for that. They know how long it takes them to fly back, and then they adjust, and then they do their little dance, and they say, this is where it is, and they go do it. Did you guys know that about bees? Okay, thank you. It's an amazing work that they have together to communicate, to work together, to do all these things to make like our whole world run, right? Bees are critical for all of our lives to keep all the plants and all the nutrients and all the food that we eat and all that sort of stuff. That's what we've got here too. This time of working together across all sectors for birth through age 8 work is critical for us. And so what we started was something called Bright Start Tennessee Network. This is exactly what it says up here. It's a statewide network of community partners that's focused on closing achievement gaps and opportunity gaps for children birth through age 8. I'm not going to read all this, but basically communities are gathering together and developing early care and education plans at a local level, while at the same time sifting up policy barriers and policy issues that we can address across the state. The first cohort has already been through the planning process. They went through something called collective impact. You've learned about that this morning. They've gone through this work, and then now they're kind of implementing those things. So this is really exciting. We know that to get to 3rd grade reading and math proficiency, you can't focus just on the academics, and we know that you have to start way before, kindergarten. So we've got to focus on kind of all 3 of these domains functioning well. High quality early learning environments, health, mental health, and development all being on track beginning at birth, and then families and communities having the supports that they need. All of these things have to work together. And so we've got a framework that we use with these 5 of them, 5 measures of success within each of these, and all of those things have to be functioning. So we give all of our communities data on this. Here's where you stand. This is where your current community is. And then we give them a whole series of evidence-based best practices with our clearinghouse that exists online. We walk them through a process to do a root factor analysis to say, here's where your data is, here's where you need to be, and this is how you kind of pull together. And it's people like you in this room that kind of provide input into these plans, and then they write this all up into a plan. So our first 6 communities have done this. They've walked through this process. We've provided data for them. We've identified local and state resources that they can kind of put into this. The really cool thing is that they all start to share with each other. There's this ready for it, pollination that happens between these groups. I was in Chattanooga yesterday, and our Bright Start Fellows all gathered together. We try to get together in person quarterly. And we got to share best practices like, hey, this is working here. And not only is this working here, but this isn't working here, and this is why. And how can we work together on these things? And how can we solve each other's problems together? So it's a really fun and engaging thing for us to do. And all of this then is in this practice world, and it then sifts up into policy that we use to create our policy blueprint. And out of the policy blueprint that we have, we kind of create our legislative agenda that every year we bring to the state legislature to say, these are the things that are policy issues that we're hearing from across the state that we want to address. And so kind of that's our whole process and our whole system. Here are communities that we're working with now. You'll see 8 stars up there. 6 of these were in the first cohort and are now in implementing stages. We started with the 4 major metro areas, Knoxville, Nashville, Chattanooga, and Memphis, and then a block of 10 counties in Northeast Tennessee, and a block of 9 counties in West Tennessee. And now we've added 14 counties in Upper Cumberland, and we've added 7 counties in South Central that we're working on right now. They're in the process of putting together their steering committees and their working groups to start the process of kind of diving into the data to create their plans. So my encouragement to you is this: regardless of where you sit, regardless of what your role is as you come here, each one of you plays a critical part in supporting the future generation of what we have in our state. Whether you're an evidence-based home visitor, whether you're a pediatrician, whether you're diving into social work or clinical psychology, all of the things that you're doing, whether you're a safe baby court person, all of the things that you're doing are critical for the state of for the future of our state. And we need you. And so my question is this. This is my last slide, and I'm going to get some eye rolls from my daughter. When she saw this, she was like, please don't do that, Dad. Please don't do that. But if your kids aren't eye rolling at you, like, are you doing it right? Right? Okay. Don't be a stranger. It's my last one. If you're in, thank you. Appreciate that. That was a pity clap. If you're in one of these communities and you're not connected to the Bright Start work, scan this code and reach out to me. Let me know. Start blowing up my phone and let me know. I want to connect you into that work. If you're not in a community that is connected to this and you're like, there's no star here. We need your work here. Call me. Text me. Whatever you can to reach me, we would love to be there because we want to expand across the whole state. We're about 62% of the state now, and we want to expand the whole state. Thank you all for your work. This is all critical stuff, and bees have a lot to teach us, and we're trying to use that same knowledge and information to communicate with each other to really push things forward for birth through age 8 space. Thank you so much.
My name is Sadie Funk, and I'm the National Director with Best Place for Working Parents. I'm thrilled to be here with you all today for Tennessee's Children's Advocacy Day, and thrilled to come alongside you guys as we collaborate to make Tennessee the best place for working parents. So let's go ahead and get started. The Case for Family Friendly, presented by Best Place for Working Parents. Before we dive deep into what the Best Place for Working Parents, I always like to start with the why. Why Best Place for Working Parents? Probably comes as no surprise to those of you, but over the past 30 years, the workforce has drastically changed. And with that, the needs of the workforce have also changed drastically. Most families today are dual working households. In fact, 75% of the workforce identify as caregivers, which means we have a drastically changing workforce with different needs. 60% of non-working parents say childcare is a top reason they do not participate in the workforce, while 73% of highly credentialed women who have left the workforce say they would have stayed had they had more access to flexibility alone. And within this hot labor market, employers really are competing to attract and retain top talent. And when we think about family friendly, it's no longer just a woman's issue, but rather 83% of millennials have said they would leave one job for another with stronger policies. And we see those same stats in line with fathers. Everything I just shared was pre-COVID. Then fast forward to March of 2020, COVID drove women's labor force participation rate to a 33-year low. The good news is that many businesses adapted and really put policies in place that support families and support working parents, which has led to the recovery. And we really see that family-friendly businesses have been driving the trend and the opportunity for women to come back in the workforce. A second critical point is that employers lose $23 billion annually in productivity costs due to childcare challenges faced by the workforce. So we know this is a critical issue, childcare, but also more broadly, how families and how businesses are thinking about the suite of policies that come together to support their working parents so their working parents can show up their best selves to work. So what does family-friendly look like in this new era? We know that 80% of all respondents we surveyed back in 2021, this was a cohort of parents who had previously been working prior to the pandemic. And in 2021, About half of them were working and about half of them were still unemployed. But 80% said they would leave their job for one that had more family-friendly benefits. And across both those that were unemployed as well as those that were working full-time, about 80% of parents said childcare was a major requirement for them to be within the workforce. But it wasn't just childcare alone. When we looked at how parents rated these top policies, we see coming up at the top is flexibility, which is in line with what we know about highly credentialed women who have left the workforce, followed by paid time off, childcare assistance, remote work, and parental leave. So this really highlights that there's really a suite of options available to employers to support their working parents. There's no single policy that's going to be that silver bullet, but rather a range of options. And the really good news is that all 5 of these policies cited by parents are included in the Best Place for Working Parents top 10 family-friendly strategies that are proven to not only support working parents, but businesses' bottom line. So, what is the Best Place for Working Parents? The Best Place for Working Parents is a growing network of businesses and regions across the country, proving that family friendly is business friendly through the top 10 research backed policies proven to not only support working parents, but businesses' bottom line. This was developed hand in hand with our business community and grounded in the national research about those specific policies that support businesses and their working parents. So each of these top 10 policies are tied to a host of metrics that really dives into that return on investment for the employers themselves. We know that businesses want to support their working parents, but they need to do it in a way that supports their overall business success. When we look at things like increased profitability, employee loyalty, employee performance, all of these are deeply meaningful for our business community. In the fall of 2023, we just released our Making the Connection report. This is available online at our website, no cost, which really dove into, when looking across these top 10 policies, what are the specific businesses we're seeing related to, what specific benefits we're seeing related to business outcomes as well as employee outcomes. And this is part of our overall work, which includes research to deepen the known outcomes for businesses and employees in implementing the top 10 policies. So when we look at those associated business policies, we see returns that include 5 times more supportive workplace when businesses are offering high quality healthcare. As businesses offer more quality maternity leave, we see that allows the employee to be 50 times more likely a high performer and think of their workplace as a more than 2 times supportive workplace. We also see gains of motivation related to childcare assistance, remote work, and of course, on-site childcare leads to employers having greater retention and more employee loyalty. But it's not just about the benefits back to business. We also see really important gains when it comes to employee outcomes, specifically related to remote work. As opportunities for remote work increase, we also see better employee health outcomes, which can result in cost savings to businesses through their healthcare costs. We see personal relationship satisfaction increase with better paid time off policies. As childcare assistance comes into play, we see better family life satisfaction and higher personal relationship satisfaction. And then on-site childcare has been shown to provide a greater sense of social and well-being at work. So this is just a high-level overview of some of those benefits to businesses and employees that come about through implementing the top 10 Best Place for Working Parents policies. So Best Place for Working Parents is really built off a 3-minute self-assessment that really targets your leadership team, your C-suite leadership team, to really allow them to have a blueprint for how they fare today and what are their opportunities moving forward. It provides real-time results and instant badging for those who earn the Best Place for Working Parents designation and is no cost to businesses to take. In diving into the assessment itself, it allows businesses to see key metrics of how they stack up against others of like size and industry. So you can see with this sample, ABC Company, they rated 60%, and others in their industry and size are rated at 50%. Going deeper, the self-assessment provides a breakdown across each of the top 10 policies for how your business fares against others of size and industry. This provides a really critical blueprint for business leaders to identify pathways for them to move forward and become even more family friendly as a means to stay competitive for their workforce. So today, the Best Place for Working Parents National Network has grown to include 10 states, 17 regions, and more than 1,000 cities nationwide. We have more than 1,200 companies that have earned the Best Place for Working Parents designation, employing more than 3 million employees nationally. What's most exciting, perhaps, is that we have businesses of all sizes earning the Best Place for Working Parents designation, and the majority are micro and small businesses, which really pushes against that myth that family-friendly is only for big business, really highlighting that businesses of all sizes have an opportunity to pull together a unique suite of policies that really work for their employees, their business, in their region, in their industry. Best Place for Working Parents regularly releases research and resources that can support the implementation and improvement of Best Place for Working Parents businesses. We also release key tools that can provide guidance in implementing and options such as our childcare toolkit, which provides a range of options across the continuum from no cost, building on there to higher end cost solutions when it comes to childcare, as well as our annual National Trends Report. This year's annual National Trends Report was really exciting because new data tells us that 2/3 of children under the age of 6 have both parents in the workforce, and more than 75% of the workforce are caregivers. Two key trends we want to highlight from this year's National Trends Report, with more than 2,000 businesses that have taken the self-assessment, include that childcare, the first one I'll highlight is that childcare support benefits are here to stay and they are going to continue to grow. So on-site childcare is growing faster than any other benefit with a 47% increase since 2019. And while large businesses lead the way, it's not just for large businesses. We see that micro-sized businesses are really helping to lead in this space with the second highest share of businesses offering on-site childcare. We also know there's clear gains for businesses who do offer on-site childcare, and there's ways to play, there's ways to support your employees with childcare beyond on-site childcare. So we were really delighted to see that backup childcare and childcare assistance also had meaningful gains across businesses of all sizes. The second trend I'll highlight is related to flexibility and remote work. Definitely a hot topic in the media these days is whether those benefits are here to stay or on their way out. What our National Trends Report and our data shows us is that these benefits are absolutely here to stay. 96% of designated Best Place for Working Parents businesses offer flexibility and flexible schedules, and 93% of designated companies are offering remote work, which really shows how remote and flexible benefits are supporting working parents in a way that businesses can really see that return on investment. Employees at these organizations are rating their workplaces 123 times more supported compared to their peer businesses. And then lastly, I want to take an opportunity to invite you all to join us at our 2024 third annual National Best Place for Working Parents National Summit taking place in Nashville. We hope you are able to join us. It is no cost for Best Place for Working Parents businesses and provides a really unique opportunity for networking, learning, and resourcing around how businesses across the country are really leading the way in implementing innovative family-friendly strategies and policies for businesses micro to large. This year, we're really excited. You can see some of the businesses that will be hosting and speaking up on the screen. And we're going to be doing a deep dive into better understanding how businesses are adapting and providing benefits to their shift workers. How are small businesses really standing out? How does dependent care and deepening the impact, and then also taking a dive into childcare supports. So we hope you're able to join us. Once you're there, we will wine and dine you. And like I said, it is no cost to attend for Best Place for Working Parents businesses, and you can find the registration link through our website. So how to attend? Easiest step, go ahead, become a Best Place for Working Parents business today. Scan this QR code, go online, take this 3-minute self-assessment and see if you qualify as a Best Place for Working Parents business. You can also use the report that is provided at the end as an opportunity to think about additional ways to support your working parents. And then, of course, once you've earned that designation, we're excited to welcome you and see you at the Best Place for Working Parents National Summit in Nashville. Thank you so much for your time today. Many thanks to Kylie and Richard and the state of Tennessee. Please feel free to reach out to me with any questions. Once again, my name is Sadie Funk. I'm the National Director here with Best Place for Working Parents.
Good afternoon, everyone. I can promise no whining and dining, nor did I get a Janet Jackson mic like Jonathan, and I'm a little offended about it. So I have to write to the president about that. I am Kristen Davis. I am here with Nurture the Next. I am the CEO, and part of our organization and mission is to empower families through programs and parent advocacy and engagement initiatives. And Leslie and Danielle, our wonderful parent engagement coordinators, are here with me today, and I'm excited to talk to you all about some of our initiatives that we're working on. So I'd like to share a little bit about our cultivating parent leaders and building powerful partnerships. We've proudly led the charge in developing parent leadership in Tennessee for the past 18 years. We act as the backbone for CBCAP's statewide parent leadership collaborative, ensuring consistent and effective training and support across the state. But our efforts are not just about equipping parents. They're about building strong and lasting partnerships. We empower parents through diverse methods like training, support teams, community dialogues, and even more. This empowers them to advocate effectively for shaping the direction of programs and services to benefit their children's specific needs, representing the voices and concerns of other parents, leading to program improvement and better outcomes, and actively contributing to positive social change by sharing their perspectives and experiences. Our engagement is grounded in the well-established strengthening families model and protective factors framework, ensuring our strategies are evidence-based and promote healthy family dynamics. Research consistently demonstrates the profound impact engaged parents have on their children's well-being, highlighting essential benefits like the engagement of improved grades, test scores, and graduation rates for children, increased self-esteem, confidence, and resilience, equipping them to navigate life's challenges effectively, and can lead to reduced absenteeism, disciplinary issues and bullying, fostering a more positive and productive learning environment for all students. But the benefits extend beyond the individual children, positively impacting families as a whole. We see improved service delivery when parents become actively involved and share their experiences and perspectives. Agencies and organizations can better tailor their services to meet the specific needs of families that they serve. We see strong partnerships between parents and service providers, fostering a collaborative environment, leading to a more effective and sustainable solution for families facing challenges. When parents are actively engaged, communities become more vibrant and more supportive. This collective effort creates a ripple effect, leading to a positive change and better outcomes for all. Parent advocacy can take many forms, each contributing to positive progress.
We see parents sharing personal experiences and expertise, providing valuable insights can inform programs and development and service delivery, ensuring they are relevant and truly meeting families' needs. We see offering perspectives and representing parent voices in decision-making processes, leading to policies and programs that better reflect the realities faced by parents. Advocating for policies and funding that supports families and children directly influences the systems and structures that impact their lives. Sharing knowledge, resources, and experiences creates a network of support, empowering others to become active participants in their communities and advocates for their families. So as we celebrate the importance of parent advocacy, let's turn our attention to a dedicated month that highlights these crucial efforts. February is National Parent Leadership Month, and it provides a dedicated platform to celebrate the passion, dedication, and tireless efforts of parents and caregivers across the country. This month-long observance serves a vital purpose. It ensures their concerns, experience, and perspectives are heard and valued by amplifying their voices. It empowers meaningful participation, highlighting the essential role parents play in shaping the programs and policies that affect their children's lives. And it underscores the importance of engagement, emphasizing the critical need for state agencies and nonprofit organizations to deeply engage parents in their work, fostering true collaboration and ensuring services offered reflect the true needs of families they serve. To further recognize the exceptional contributions of parent leaders, we'd really like to share some exciting news about a unique award called Unsung Heroes. The Unsung Hero Award is a prestigious recognition honoring exceptional parent leaders whose remarkable contributions often go unnoticed. This award shines a light on their dedication and the transformative impact they have on their communities. The award serves two critical functions. It shines the spotlight on the transformative impact the individuals have on their communities, and also by celebrating the unsung heroes, we inspire others to step forward, embrace their leadership potential, and advocate for the well-being of their families and communities. I'd like to highlight a few of our previous award recipients. Ethel Johnson, who, assuming care of her 11-year-old grandchild and 2-year-old great-grandnephew, became a peer mentor and advocate for other caregivers with children on the autism spectrum. Mary Bird, mother of 2 and an active member of the Foster Care Review Board, who also volunteers at the Campbell County Children's Advocacy Center. And our winner this year, Mariah Wolf. Mariah, a member of the statewide Parent Leadership Collaborative, consistently advocates for children and families in Northeast Tennessee and runs a large social media group called Mountain Moms, where nearly 800 members support each other, share resources with other parents, and encourage involvement in the communities. We're thrilled to partner with the Tennessee Commission on Children and Youth to establish a new joint Unsung Hero Award. This award aims to reach and celebrate parent leaders across all corners of Tennessee. Each year during Children's Advocacy Days, the award will proudly honor one parent who exemplifies advocacy, tireless championing of children and families, collaboration, building bridges and working effectively with others, and dedication, unwavering commitment to strengthening families and communities. This award serves as a powerful symbol of our collective belief in the power of parent voices. It underscores the incredible difference parents can make when their experiences are valued and their potential is unleashed. Parents possess an undeniable power to drive positive change. Our organization remains dedicated to working together with parents, fostering true partnership that leads to stronger communities and brighter futures for children and families across Tennessee. Over the next year, we will share information about the Unsung Hero Award, including the nomination process and timeline. So be sure to stay tuned for that and think about parents in your lives who would make great nominees. Thank you for all of you for your engagement and your investment in the parents and the communities where you serve, and for your attention and support in the Unsung Hero Award. Thank you.
And I'm going to be honest with you all, this is my first presentation, this big and all of this, so please bear with me. I'm not going to be before you long. Well, that's what I needed all along. Well, my name is Melissa Dobbins, and I am with Skill Up Tennessee. And what you may be asking, what is Skill Up Tennessee? Skill Up Tennessee is a third-party SNAP ENT partnership. And basically what we do is we assist SNAP ENT participants with getting their HiSET or GED, or either getting their moving on to a high-demand career field, such as a 2-year community college, or either with a TCAT, which we have them all over the state. And then we also have a, I'm nervous, y'all. But that's it for that one. So now we have 3 career navigators. We are located in all 95 counties. We are with Extension, UT Extension. There is 1 career navigator per region. For the central region, it's me, Melissa Dobbins. For the western region, you have Miss Lanita Watts. And for the eastern region, you have Miss Lindsay Lips. Okay, our objectives for this slideshow is going to be very simple. It's going to be to connect, build and strengthen, and share. The overview, I kind of jumped a little ahead of myself, was we are a third-party SNAP ENT participant, and basically the only eligibility that a person has to have is A, they must be a SNAP participant, B, they cannot be receiving TANF or Families First, and 3, they must be willing to work once they're out, once they've completed everything. And the next thing is outreach. To complete outreach, I'm going to need help from everybody. The outreach portion of it doesn't just stop with you all, it's because we want to get our word out to everyone. And then connect also means that we're going to connect with you all, TCCY, as well as with other partners that could possibly be here or across the state of Tennessee. We have Miss Marion Martin. She is one of our participants who graduated and is now making $29 an hour as a licensed practical nurse. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get her slideshow to get her thing to go or not, but I'm going to tell you a little bit about Miss Marion. Miss Marion was, when she came to us, she was facing eviction. She could no longer pay for her schooling at TCAT. TCAT got her in contact with us, and we were able to assist her. Now, she is a West Tennessee participant, and what we did, she was having, if you know anything about going to a TCAT or even into nursing, you have to pass the NCLEX. The NCLEX is a very expensive program, is a very expensive test. She failed it 3 times, and we kept paying for it. So on the 4th time, we had to talk to her, look, we need to see what we need to do. Do you need to get a tutor? Do you need help? How are we going to move forward? Well, guess what? On that 4th time, she passed. She was able to work with the career navigator. She was able to leave the housing projects from where she was living. She still has some health issues, but this is a lady who had to get special accommodations for her health because she needed 2 hip replacements. Now, can you imagine being out there, standing on the floor, doing clinicals, and you're still needing 2 hip replacements? Although we couldn't assist her with that, she still has her degree, and she is a wonderful candidate, and she is definitely spreading the word for us as far as Skill Up is concerned. And you may ask how to stay connected to us. You have 2 separate ways that you can stay connected, and you have the QR codes. The first QR code is our Facebook page, and the second QR code is our newsletter. We've just recently started the newsletter, and the first one should be out in April. Okay, the next steps that we definitely need from you all is information that you believe that any of this can assist any of your parents or your families or anything. Make sure that you just reach out to us to get that information. make sure that you do anything, share your resources with us, and also share, if you all have any events, please invite us to any of your events. We're more than welcome to come, set up a table, or do anything like that. Because at the end of the day, we are here to assist Tennesseans and families to become self-sufficient within a 2-year time frame. And I did forget something that I knew I was going to forget. You may ask, okay, so you sit around here and you pay for, I don't think I even went over this. So you pay for the tuition, if a person wants to do it, if there's anything that is needed with a high set, we will also assist them with that. We offer monthly gas cards. Now, we do need proof of the participant actually going into school and staying the allotted amount of hours. So there's a tracker that we have to give them, and then they fill it back and they give it back to us. Everything is digital. Take a picture of it, send it to us, and we'll be on our way to get you that $150 gas card. We also partner with WIOA, which is a part of American Job Centers, and a lot of people think, well, if I have WIOA, I can't have Skill Up, but you can have both. Because what they don't pay for, we're more than likely going to be able to pay for, and what we can't pay for, they will pay for. So that is the end of my presentation. And again, our career navigators in the Western region is Miss Lanita Watts. And then you have me in the Central region, and then for the Eastern region, you have Miss Lindsay Lips. And thank you again for allowing us to come and share a little bit about Skill Up.
Thank you to all of the partners who did Ignite presentations today. Thank you for the incredible work that you are each doing across the state. Please know how much you're appreciated, and please know how much we are thankful that you shared that with all of us in the room so that we can certainly help connect folks who could benefit from your services and efforts. So we are at the end of today. So if you found today even moderately beneficial, let me hear moderately beneficial. Okay. Was it better than moderately beneficial? All right, that's okay. Good deal. Well, you'll get a survey, and so we certainly want you to tell us what we got right and what we didn't get right. All of the things that went right were because of me. All of the things that didn't go right, I don't know whose fault that was. But seriously, thank you all so much for being with us today. We will start breakfast tomorrow morning at 8:30 with programming starting at 9. As you will see on your agenda, there's some great presentations tomorrow, and I think you guys will be equally pleased to hear that. We will have the opportunity to present some more awards, and so it'll give you an opportunity to celebrate your peers and colleagues. For those of you that are in the room, you deserve special praise because you stuck it out till the end of day one, and so we certainly hope that we will see you tomorrow morning. I do want to let you all know that someone found a ring in the ladies' bathroom. I am not very good at describing jewelry, but if you have lost a ring, maybe washing your hands or something, if you will find me and moderately kind of describe it, I'll give it back to you. Unless it's worth a whole lot of money, then we'll negotiate. But last night, we had the opportunity to do a bit of an executive preview reception. And I ended the reception by making a comment about a quote that personally means a lot to me. And so I told folks last night, and some of you may have heard me say this before, that I am a bit of a history nerd and have been on a big Teddy Roosevelt kick for the last couple of years. And so one of the quotes that's attributed to Roosevelt says that he said that the best prize that life has to offer is the chance to work hard at work worth doing. So if that is the case, you all join me in having won life's best prize, because the work that you do is definitely worth doing. So thank you for spending your time with us today, and we will see you tomorrow morning at 8:30. Thank you and safe travels.